Welcome, fellow survivor, to the deepest archives of InGen's forgotten chronicles, where amber preserves ancient secrets and the echoes of primordial roars still whisper through laboratory halls. Tonight we shall journey through 65 million years of history, from the final moments of the Cretaceous period to the dawn of humanity's coexistence with creatures that time forgot. Let the rhythm of prehistoric heartbeats carry you into peaceful slumber as we walk together through the halls of genetic memory, where science and nature dance their eternal struggle. Close your eyes now and let the timeline unfold like gentle thunder in distant valleys. In the beginning of endings, when the world was young but already ancient beyond mortal comprehension, there stretched across the face of the earth a realm that knew neither the footstep of man nor the sound of his voice. This was the late Cretaceous period, 65 million years before the first human would draw breath beneath the stars. A time when giants walked in majesty through forests that had never known the bite of axe or the scar of plough. The air itself was different then, thick with moisture and the sweet scent of flowering plants that had only recently learned to bloom. Vast ferns unfurled their fronds like green banners in the steaming heat, while cycads older than mountains raised their crowns toward a sun that burned with the same fire, but shone upon a world utterly transformed from the one that would follow. Rivers ran where deserts would later stretch, and seas covered lands that would one day bear the weight of cities whose builders had not yet been dreamed into existence. In this primordial paradise, where time moved with the patience of geological ages and each season lasted longer than entire civilizations would endure, two titans prepared to write the final chapter of their ancient dominion. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, that king of kings among the terrible lizards, stalked through forests that echoed with his thunderous footfalls, each step a declaration of supremacy that had gone unchallenged for millions of years. His opponent on this fateful day was no less magnificent in his deadly majesty. The Giganotosaurus, southern lord of slaughter, had traveled far from his usual hunting grounds, drawn by instincts older than conscious thought to this final confrontation. Larger even than the northern king, his jaws were lined with teeth like serrated daggers, each one capable of shearing through bone and sinew with effortless precision. The battle that erupted between these apex predators was witnessed only by the ancient trees and the countless smaller creatures that fled in terror from the Titan's wrath. It was a conflict that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth, as claws raked across armored hide and jaws, powerful enough to crush automobiles locked in mortal combat. The Giganotosaurus, with his superior size and reach, pressed his advantage relentlessly, his massive frame bearing down upon his rival with the inevitability of an avalanche. Yet the Tyrannosaurus fought with the desperate fury of a king who knew that defeat meant not merely death, but the end of his bloodline's dominion. His massive head, armed with teeth the size of railroad spikes, sought again and again to find purchase on his enemy's throat, while his powerful legs drove him forward with earth-shaking force. The battle raged for what seemed like hours, neither combatant willing to yield ground to the other. In the end, it was not superior strength that decided the contest, but the cruel mathematics of leverage and positioning. The Giganotosaurus, seizing a moment when his opponent's balance wavered, struck with all the force of his massive frame behind the blow. The impact resonated through the forest like thunder, and the great Tyrannosaurus, lord of the northern lands, fell to the earth with a crash that silenced every voice in the ancient woodland. As the echo of his fall faded into the humid air, the forest began to stir again with life. Small mammals that had hidden in the undergrowth during the Titan's battle crept forth to investigate the aftermath, while insects that had taken shelter resumed their endless work of pollination and decay. Among these tiny scavengers was a creature so insignificant that it might have passed entirely unnoticed in any other age, a mosquito drawn by the scent of blood that had begun to pool beneath the fallen king. This mosquito, no different from countless millions of her sisters that had lived and died since insects first learned to fly, settled upon the still warm flank of the Tyrannosaurus and extended her proboscis to drink. The blood she drew was rich with the essence of a lineage that stretched back through countless generations to the very dawn of the age of reptiles. Genetic information encoded in spiraling molecules that contained the blueprint for creating terror and majesty in equal measure. Her feeding was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps as the Giganotosaurus returned to claim his prize, and she took wing with her belly full of the precious fluid that would, in ways she could never comprehend, change the course of history itself. The blood she had stolen carried within it not merely the nutrients necessary for her eggs to develop, but the complete genetic heritage of one of the most magnificent predators that had ever lived. Seeking a place to lay her eggs where they would be safe from the countless dangers that threatened all small life in that primordial world, the mosquito was drawn to a grove of ancient conifers whose resin gleamed like liquid gold in the dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy. These trees, growing in soil that had never known the touch of human tools, wept tears of amber that trapped whatever touched them in crystalline perfection, preserving them for ages yet to come. The mosquito, heavy with her burden of stolen blood and the developing eggs within her, became entangled in one such drop of resin as she sought to rest among the tree's protective branches. The amber closed around her like a gentle amber tomb, sealing within its translucent depths not only her own tiny form, but the genetic legacy of the fallen titan, whose blood still filled her distended belly. As the resin hardened into its eternal form, it preserved more than just physical specimens. Within its golden matrix lay encoded the dreams and nightmares of a future age, the raw material from which hubris and wonder would craft creatures that had no place in the world that was to come. The mosquito became a bridge across deep time, carrying the essence of the Cretaceous into an era that would discover powers that gods might envy and the wisdom to use them that gods might weep to see absent. High above the earth where these fateful events unfolded, invisible against the star-scattered darkness of space, a mountain of stone and metal hurtled through the cosmic void with the patience of destiny itself. This asteroid, born in the cold, reaches beyond Mars and set upon its collision course by gravitational forces that had been building for millions of years, carried within its frozen heart the power to remake the world entire. The impact when it came was beyond the scope of any destruction that the Earth had known since its molten birth. The asteroid struck the shallow seas near what would one day be called the Yucatan Peninsula, with a force that dwarfed every volcanic eruption and earthquake in the planet's history combined. The explosion that followed sent shockwaves racing around the globe, while debris hurled into the atmosphere blocked out the sun and plunged the world into a darkness that would last for months. In that artificial winter, the great reptiles that had ruled the earth for more than 160 million years faced their final trial. The forests that had sustained the herbivores withered and died in the cold and darkness, while the predators that had fed upon them found their prey growing scarce with each passing day. One by one, the mighty dynasties that had seemed eternal crumbled into extinction, their bones settling into sediments that would preserve their memory until creatures not yet imagined would dig them from the earth in wonder. Yet death was not universal, for in the depths of burrows and the shelter of caves, smaller creatures endured the catastrophe that claimed their giant cousins. Mammals no larger than house cats huddled together through the endless night, sustained by their ability to regulate their own body temperature and their willingness to eat whatever meager sustenance the devastated world could provide. These humble survivors carried within their genes the potential for futures that would eventually produce beings capable of looking back across the abyss of time and longing to resurrect what had been lost. The amber that held the mosquito's tiny form lay buried beneath layers of sediment as the ages passed, while above it, the world slowly healed from its wounds and began the long process of rebuilding itself in new forms. Forests grew again, though they were different from those that had fallen, and new kinds of creatures filled the niches left vacant by the Great Extinction. The age of reptiles was ended, and the age of mammals had begun. Through millions of years, the Earth turned and changed. Continents drifted to new positions, and life experimented with forms that grew ever more complex and varied. Intelligence dawned first in creatures that scurried through the trees, then in those that learned to walk upright upon the grasslands, and finally in beings that could look up at the stars and wonder what lay beyond them. When humanity at last emerged from the long climb up the ladder of evolution, they brought with them gifts that no previous species had possessed in such measure. Curiosity about the past, the ability to preserve and transmit knowledge across generations, and an insatiable desire to understand the mechanisms by which life itself operated. These gifts would prove to be both blessing and curse, for they would eventually lead to the discovery of the amber-trapped mosquito and the genetic treasures it had preserved through the long sleep of ages. The first fossil hunters who chipped dinosaur bones from ancient stone could never have imagined that they were uncovering not merely the remains of extinct creatures, but the raw materials for their resurrection. Each skeleton that emerged from its rocky tomb carried with it fragments of genetic information, degraded by time but still holding echoes of the code that had once animated flesh and blood and sinew. As the 19th century gave way to the 20th, and the 20th to the 21st, human understanding of life's fundamental mechanisms grew with exponential speed. The discovery of DNA structure, the cracking of the genetic code, the development of techniques for reading and manipulating the very blueprints of existence. All these advances brought humanity closer to the moment when ancient ambitions would become possible realities. In laboratories around the world, scientists learned to cut and splice genetic material as easily as a tailor might alter a garment, creating new combinations of traits that nature had never attempted. They cloned sheep and cattle, inserted human genes into bacteria to produce medicines, and slowly assembled the tools and knowledge that would be necessary to attempt the greatest resurrection in the history of life on Earth. The stage was being set for an experiment that would challenge the very boundaries between the possible and the impossible, between the natural order established by millions of years of evolution and the artificial arrangements that human ingenuity could devise. All that was needed was a visionary, bold enough to ask the question that would change everything. What if extinction was not forever? What if the dead could be made to walk again? In the deep places of memory, where the amber still held its ancient prisoner and the genetic code still whispered its prehistoric secrets, the answer waited to be discovered by those who possessed both the knowledge to attempt such a feat and the hubris to believe they could control its consequences. In the twilight years of the 20th century, when humanity had grown accustomed to believing that the boundaries of the possible had been firmly established by generations of scientific inquiry, there emerged visionaries whose dreams reached back across the abyss of deep time to touch the very foundations of life itself. Among these dreamers, none burned brighter or reached farther than John Hammond, a man whose mind conceived ambitions that would have been dismissed as fantasy in any earlier age. Hammond's journey toward the resurrection of the ancient world began not in the sterile laboratories where such miracles would eventually be wrought, but in the sun-baked plains of Kenya, where the rhythms of the natural world still pulsed with something approaching their primordial power. In 1971, he established Animal Kingdom, a wildlife preserve near Nairobi that served as both sanctuary for endangered species and proving ground for ideas that had not yet found their proper expression. Walking among the elephants and lions, the zebras and rhinoceros that roamed his carefully managed wilderness, Hammond felt the stirring of a vision that would consume the remainder of his life and reshape the destiny of the world itself. These creatures, magnificent though they were, represented only the most recent chapter in the vast book of life that had been written across millions of years. What if it were possible to turn back the pages of that book and read again the earlier chapters that had been lost to time and catastrophe? The preserve thrived under his guidance, becoming a model for conservation efforts throughout Africa and beyond. Visitors came from around the world to witness the careful balance he had struck between human management and natural wildness, marveling at how technology and traditional knowledge could work together to protect species that might otherwise have vanished forever. Yet Hammond himself was never entirely satisfied with these achievements, for his mind was already reaching toward possibilities that lay far beyond the preservation of existing life. It was during these years of success and growing reputation that Hammond encountered Benjamin Lockwood, a geneticist whose brilliant mind had been shaped by the same questions that haunted Hammond's dreams. Lockwood had spent his career studying the mechanisms of heredity and reproduction, mapping the intricate pathways by which genetic information passed from generation to generation and occasionally failed to pass at all. His research into genetic diseases had brought him face to face with the fundamental fragility of life and the arbitrary nature of extinction. When these two men met in 1974 at a conference on conservation biology in London, their conversation lasted through the night and into the dawn, ranging across topics that encompassed everything from the theoretical limits of genetic engineering to the ethical implications of playing God. Both understood that they stood at the threshold of an age when the impossible might become merely difficult, when the tools of molecular biology might make real what had previously existed only in the realm of imagination. Their partnership was formalized, not with contracts and legal documents, but with a handshake and a shared commitment to pursue a vision that neither could achieve alone. Lockwood brought to their collaboration the deep technical knowledge that would be necessary to transform genetic material into living tissue, while Hammond contributed the organizational genius and relentless drive that would be required to turn laboratory experiments into a functioning enterprise. The question they dared to ask was simple in its formulation, but staggering in its implications. What if extinction was not permanent? What if the genetic information preserved in ancient amber and fossilized bone could be recovered, restored, and used to bring back creatures that had vanished from the earth millions of years before human civilization began? The very audacity of the concept took their breath away. Yet neither man was content to leave it as merely a theoretical possibility. In 1975, their shared vision took concrete form with the establishment of International Genetic Technologies, known to the world by the deceptively simple acronym InGen. The company was founded in San Diego, California, placing it at the heart of the biotechnology revolution that was transforming the American economy and positioning it to attract the brightest minds in the emerging field of genetic engineering. The early years of InGen were marked by careful recruitment and painstaking research, as Hammond and Lockwood assembled a team of scientists whose expertise covered every aspect of the challenge they had set for themselves. Paleogeneticists who specialized in extracting and analyzing ancient DNA, molecular biologists who understood the intricate mechanisms of gene expression, embryologists who could coax life from genetic material that had been dormant for eons, all were drawn to the company by the promise of participating in work that would revolutionize humanity's understanding of life itself. The laboratory facilities that rose in San Diego were designed not merely to house experiments, but to serve as temples to the pursuit of knowledge that had never been attempted before. Clean rooms maintained sterile environments where ancient genetic material could be handled without contamination, while sophisticated equipment allowed researchers to work with DNA fragments so small and degraded that previous generations of scientists could never have detected their existence. Hammond himself prowled these halls like a man possessed, his enthusiasm infectious, and his vision so compelling that even the most skeptical researchers found themselves caught up in the excitement of participating in something that might prove to be the greatest scientific achievement in human history. He spoke not of mere research projects, but of a fundamental transformation in humanity's relationship with the natural world, a chance to undo the damage that extinction had wrought and restore to the earth treasures that had been lost forever. Yet even as the work progressed and early successes began to accumulate, both Hammond and Lockwood understood that their ultimate goal would require resources far beyond what any conventional research program could provide. The cost of developing the technologies necessary to clone extinct species would be measured not in millions but in billions of dollars, requiring investors who shared their vision and possessed the patience to wait for returns that might not materialize for decades. The solution that Hammond conceived was as audacious as the research itself. They would create not merely cloned dinosaurs, but an entire world where these creatures could live and thrive. A biological preserve that would also serve as a tourist destination, unlike anything the world had ever seen. Visitors would pay handsomely for the privilege of walking among living dinosaurs, providing the revenue stream necessary to fund continued research and development. The search for a suitable location consumed months of investigation, as Hammond's scouts examined potential sites around the globe with the thoroughness of military strategists planning a crucial campaign. The requirements were exacting. The site needed to be isolated enough to ensure security and containment, accessible enough to allow for construction and visitor access, and blessed with a climate that could support the tropical and subtropical species they intended to resurrect. The discovery of Isla Nublar, a volcanic island off the coast of Costa Rica, seemed like the answer to their prayers. The island had been mapped by Spanish explorers in 1525, when Diego Fernandez had named it for the dark clouds that rose from its volcanic peak, but it had remained largely uninhabited ever since. Its 57 square miles offered diverse habitats from dense jungle to open grasslands, while its isolation in the Pacific provided natural barriers against unauthorized access. The volcanic activity that had given the island its name proved to be an unexpected asset rather than a liability, for the geothermal energy that bubbled up from the Earth's depths could be harnessed to power the massive infrastructure that would be required to support both dinosaur populations and human visitors. Moreover, the island's location within Costa Rica's territorial waters meant that negotiations could be conducted with a single government rather than the complex web of international agreements that would have been required for a site spanning multiple jurisdictions. Hammond's initial visit to Isla Nublar in 1976 was conducted in secret, accompanied only by a small team of geologists and environmental specialists whose job was to assess the island's suitability for the purposes he had in mind. What they found exceeded even his optimistic expectations. A natural paradise that seemed designed by Providence itself to serve as home for creatures from a vanished age. The island's volcanic soil was rich in minerals that would support luxurious plant growth, while its varied topography provided natural boundaries that could be enhanced with modern technology to create secure enclosures for different species. The surrounding waters were deep enough to accommodate supply ships and tourist vessels, yet turbulent enough to discourage casual approach by unauthorized boats. Most importantly, the island's isolation meant that any experiments conducted there could be contained and controlled with a degree of security that would be impossible on the mainland. If something went wrong, if the creatures they created proved to be more dangerous than anticipated, the surrounding ocean would serve as an ultimate barrier, preventing their escape into the wider world. The negotiations with the Costa Rican government were conducted with a discretion that matched the revolutionary nature of the project itself. Hammond presented his initial proposals not as plans to resurrect extinct species, but as ambitious conservation efforts designed to protect endangered wildlife and study evolutionary biology in controlled conditions. The economic benefits to Costa Rica would be substantial, he argued, as the preserve would attract researchers and tourists from around the world while providing employment for local workers and suppliers. The 99-year lease that InGen eventually secured gave the company unprecedented control over not just Isla Nublar, but the entire archipelago of which it formed a part. This expansion of their territorial rights would prove crucial in later years as their operations grew beyond what any single island could accommodate, and the need for additional facilities became apparent. As the 1970s drew to a close, the fundamental pieces of Hammond's grand design were falling into place. InGen possessed the scientific expertise necessary to attempt the resurrection of extinct species, the financial backing required to sustain years of expensive research, and the secure location where such work could be conducted without interference or oversight. All that remained was to begin the actual work of transforming theoretical possibilities into living, breathing realities. The recruitment of additional personnel during this period focused not merely on technical competence, but on finding individuals who shared Hammond's vision and possessed the imagination necessary to contribute to work that had never been attempted before. Each new addition to the team brought specialized knowledge that would be essential to the success of the project, from experts in embryology and reproductive biology to engineers who could design the sophisticated life support systems that cloned embryos would require. The establishment of research partnerships with universities and other institutions provided InGen with access to cutting-edge developments in molecular biology and genetic engineering, ensuring that their work would benefit from the latest advances in these rapidly evolving fields. Yet these partnerships were carefully structured to protect the company's proprietary interests while avoiding questions about the ultimate goals of their research program. The early experiments conducted during this foundational period were necessarily modest in scope, focusing on developing and refining the basic techniques that would be required for more ambitious projects. Simple organisms were cloned and studied, their genetic material analyzed and catalogued with obsessive attention to detail. Each success, however small, provided lessons that would inform future efforts and brought the team closer to the moment when they would be ready to attempt the resurrection of creatures that had been extinct for millions of years. Hammond himself remained the driving force behind every aspect of the project, his enthusiasm undiminished by the countless technical challenges and setbacks that marked these early years. He possessed the rare combination of visionary imagination and practical determination that could transform impossible dreams into achievable goals, inspiring his team to attempt feats that more cautious minds would have declared hopeless from the outset. Lockwood, meanwhile, provided the scientific rigor and attention to detail that balanced Hammond's sometimes overwhelming optimism. His background in genetics and hereditary diseases made him acutely aware of the potential dangers inherent in manipulating genetic material, and he insisted on safety protocols and containment procedures that Hammond might have been tempted to bypass in his eagerness to see results. The friendship between these two men, built on shared vision but tempered by complementary temperaments, would prove to be one of the most consequential partnerships in the history of science. Together, they possessed the knowledge, resources, and determination necessary to attempt something that had never been done before and might never be attempted again. As the decade ended and a new one began, InGen stood poised on the threshold of discoveries that would challenge every assumption about the boundaries between life and death, past and present, natural and artificial. The foundation had been laid for work that would astonish the world and terrify it in equal measure, transforming the relationship between humanity and the natural world in ways that neither Hammond nor Lockwood could fully anticipate. In the deep places of the earth, the amber still held its ancient prisoner, while in the bright laboratories of San Diego, the tools were being forged that would one day set that prisoner free. The stage was set for the next act in a drama that would span decades and encompass consequences that would reach far beyond the boundaries of any single island or any single species. The vision that had begun with two men sharing impossible dreams was about to become a reality that would reshape the world itself, bringing back creatures from the deep past to walk again beneath a sun that had forgotten their names but would soon learn to fear their return. When the decade of the 1980s dawned with its promise of technological revolution and corporate ambition, John Hammond stood upon the threshold of transforming his impossible dream into tangible reality. The theoretical frameworks and financial foundations laid during InGen's early years had grown strong enough to support the weight of actual experimentation, and the time had come to move beyond careful planning into the realm of active creation. In 1982, Hammond secured the lease that would transform his vision from ambitious theory into operational fact. The agreement with the Costa Rican government granted InGen exclusive rights to Isla Sorna, a remote island that would become known within the company by the prosaic designation of Site B. This volcanic outcropping, smaller than Isla Nublar but equally isolated, would serve as the birthplace of miracles that would challenge every assumption about the boundaries between life and death. The island itself seemed designed by Providence to serve Hammond's purposes, its diverse ecosystems ranging from dense tropical rainforest to open grasslands, its volcanic soil rich with minerals that would nourish the unprecedented forms of life that were soon to walk upon its shores. Unlike Isla Nublar, which was destined to become a showcase for the world's amazement, Site B would remain hidden from public view, a secret laboratory where the most sensitive stages of genetic resurrection could be conducted without oversight or interference. The establishment of research facilities on Isla Sorna required engineering feats that rivaled the construction of small cities, as equipment worth millions of dollars was transported to an island that possessed no infrastructure beyond what nature herself had provided. Generators powerful enough to sustain sophisticated laboratory equipment were installed alongside climate control systems that could maintain the precise environmental conditions necessary for embryonic development. Communication arrays linked the island to the mainland, while security systems ensured that unauthorized visitors would find approach impossible. At the center of this growing complex of buildings and installations stood the laboratory that would become the heart of InGen's operations, a facility designed to accommodate work that had never been attempted before and might never be attempted again. Within its sterile chambers, ancient genetic material would be coaxed back to life through processes that combined the most advanced techniques of molecular biology with innovations that pushed the boundaries of what science deemed possible. The man chosen to lead this unprecedented effort was Dr. Henry Wu, a geneticist whose brilliant mind had been shaped by years of studying the deepest mysteries of heredity and gene expression. Wu possessed not only the technical expertise necessary to manipulate genetic material at the molecular level, but also the imagination required to envision solutions to problems that had never existed before. His appointment as chief geneticist marked the beginning of InGen's transformation from a research company into something that had no precedent in human history. Wu's approach to the challenges of de-extinction was characterized by methodical patience, balanced with bold innovation. He understood that the genetic material recovered from amber-preserved specimens would be fragmentary and degraded, requiring sophisticated techniques to restore it to a form capable of directing the development of living organisms. The gaps in ancient DNA sequences would need to be filled with genetic material from modern species, creating hybrid genomes that combine the essential characteristics of extinct creatures with the viability of contemporary life forms. The first breakthrough came in 1984, when Wu's team successfully extracted intact DNA sequences from a mosquito that had been preserved in amber for 65 million years. The genetic material recovered from the insect's stomach contents contained fragments of dinosaur DNA that, while incomplete, provided the foundation for all the work that would follow. This moment of discovery, when the first prehistoric genetic sequences appeared on laboratory computer screens, marked the crossing of a threshold that separated the age of speculation from the age of practical possibility. The process of reconstructing complete genomes from these fragmentary remains required innovations in computational biology that pushed the limits of existing technology. Wu's team developed algorithms capable of analyzing genetic sequences and predicting the missing portions based on comparisons with related species, while their laboratory techniques for amplifying and manipulating DNA reached levels of precision that had been considered impossible only years before. The selection of modern species to provide the genetic material necessary to fill gaps in ancient sequences was guided by both scientific understanding and practical necessity. Amphibians, particularly frogs, proved to be invaluable sources of genetic information that could bridge the vast evolutionary distances between extinct dinosaurs and their modern relatives. The adaptability and resilience of amphibian genetics made them ideal templates for creating hybrid genomes that could function in the conditions of the contemporary world. The first successful creation of living tissue from reconstructed dinosaur DNA occurred in a moment that those present would remember for the rest of their lives. A single cell, invisible to the naked eye but containing within its microscopic structure the genetic heritage of creatures that had ruled the earth before mammals had learned to walk upright, began the process of division and differentiation that would eventually result in a complete organism. The artificial womb technology that nurtured these first prehistoric embryos represented another revolutionary breakthrough, as Wu's team developed life support systems capable of sustaining organisms whose developmental requirements had been unknown to science for millions of years. These chambers, filled with carefully balanced nutrients and maintained at precise temperatures, became the cradles in which the ancient world would be reborn. By 1985, InGen had relocated its primary operations to Palo Alto, embedding itself within the technological ecosystem of Silicon Valley, where the company could benefit from proximity to the most advanced research institutions and the most innovative minds in biotechnology. The move also provided access to the venture capital and investment networks that would be necessary to fund the increasingly expensive work of turning laboratory successes into commercial realities. The same year marked another crucial milestone when Wu's team achieved their first successful cloning of prehistoric DNA extracted directly from amber-preserved specimens. The genetic material, though ancient beyond human comprehension, proved responsive to modern molecular techniques when handled with sufficient care and expertise. The successful amplification of 65 million-year-old DNA demonstrated that the fundamental barriers to de-extinction were technological rather than theoretical. The implications of this breakthrough extended far beyond the immediate achievement, for it proved that the genetic information necessary to resurrect extinct species existed and could be recovered from specimens that had been dismissed as scientifically worthless by previous generations of researchers. Every piece of amber that contained preserved organic material became a potential treasure trove of genetic information, while every fossil might harbor traces of DNA that could contribute to the resurrection of vanished species. Hammond's response to these early successes was characteristic of his visionary temperament. He immediately began planning projects that would dwarf anything his team had yet attempted. The successful cloning of genetic fragments was merely the first step toward the creation of complete living organisms, and he was already envisioning the day when fully grown dinosaurs would walk the earth once more. Yet, even as excitement about the project's potential grew within InGen's laboratories, Hammond made a decision that would prove crucial to everything that followed. The original plan for Jurassic Park San Diego, which would have placed resurrected dinosaurs in close proximity to one of America's largest cities, was quietly abandoned in favor of a more remote and controllable location. The risks inherent in maintaining populations of large, potentially dangerous predators had become apparent even to Hammond's optimistic mind. As the research progressed, and the team began to understand the true nature of the creatures they were preparing to bring back to life, these would not be domesticated animals that could be managed like livestock or zoo specimens, but apex predators whose instincts had been honed by millions of years of evolution to make them supremely efficient killers. The decision to move operations to Isla Nublar represented both wisdom and hubris in equal measure. Wisdom, because it recognized the need for containment and security measures that would be impossible to implement on the mainland. Hubris, because it assumed that any containment measures, however sophisticated, could indefinitely restrain creatures whose ancestors had dominated the Earth for more than 160 million years. The renegotiation of InGen's lease agreements with the Costa Rican government in 1985 secured exclusive rights to every island in the Muertes archipelago for 99 years, creating a private kingdom where Hammond's vision could be pursued without interference from regulatory authorities or competing interests. This expansion of territorial control would prove essential as the project grew beyond what any single island could accommodate. The first dinosaurs were successfully cloned on Isla Sorna in 1986, marking the transition from theoretical possibility to biological reality. The species chosen for these initial experiments were selected not for their dramatic appeal but for their manageable size and relatively docile nature. Microceratops, small herbivorous dinosaurs no larger than modern sheep, became the first creatures from the Mesozoic era to draw breath in 65 million years. The moment when the first cloned dinosaur opened its eyes and looked upon a world that had changed beyond all recognition during its species' long absence was witnessed by only a handful of researchers, yet it represented one of the most significant events in the history of life on Earth. Here was proof that extinction was not necessarily permanent, that the genetic information preserved in ancient amber could indeed be transformed into living, breathing organisms. Yet success brought with it new challenges that had been impossible to anticipate until they were actually confronted. The cloned dinosaurs, while genetically identical to their ancient predecessors, were born into a world utterly different from the one their species had known. Modern atmospheric conditions, contemporary diseases, and the absence of the complex ecosystems that had sustained their ancestors all posed threats that required constant vigilance and innovative solutions. Dr. Wu's response to these challenges was to develop what became known as the lysine contingency. a genetic modification that would serve as both safeguard and symbol of humanity's determination to maintain control over the forces they had unleashed. By engineering a dependency on the amino acid lysine into every dinosaur's genetic structure, Wu created what appeared to be an elegant solution to the problem of containment. The lysine contingency worked by making the dinosaur's survival dependent upon a dietary supplement that could only be obtained from specially designed plants or artificial supplements provided by their human caretakers. Any creature that escaped from controlled conditions would gradually weaken and eventually fall into a coma as lysine deficiency took its toll, dying peacefully before it could establish itself in wild populations or pose a threat to existing ecosystems. This genetic kill switch represented the height of human confidence in their ability to control and direct the forces of nature through technological intervention. Wu and his colleagues believed they had solved the fundamental problem of de-extinction by ensuring that their creations could never truly escape human oversight, remaining forever dependent upon their creators for the most basic requirements of survival. Yet even as these safety measures were being implemented, other developments were taking place that would eventually undermine the very foundations of the control system that Wu had so carefully constructed. The genetic modifications required to create viable dinosaur embryos from degraded ancient DNA necessitated the incorporation of genetic material from modern species, and the choices made during this process would have consequences that no one fully understood at the time. Between 1985 and 1987, as Site B was transformed from an uninhabited volcanic island into a sophisticated biological research facility, the work of preparation proceeded on multiple fronts simultaneously. Construction crews labored to build the infrastructure necessary to support both dinosaur populations and human staff, while scientists continued to refine the techniques required to clone increasingly complex species. The displacement of the Bribri tribe, the indigenous people who had maintained a traditional presence on Isla Nublar for generations, represented one of the darker chapters in InGen's early history. The Costa Rican government, eager to accommodate a project that promised substantial economic benefits and international prestige, forcibly relocated these native inhabitants to mainland settlements where their traditional way of life could no longer be maintained. The Bribri had lived in harmony with the island's natural ecosystems for centuries, their presence so light upon the land that European explorers had often mistaken the island for uninhabited, despite clear evidence of human activity. Their knowledge of local flora and fauna, accumulated over generations of careful observation and interaction, would have been invaluable to the research teams that were preparing to introduce exotic species into island environments. Instead, their voices were silenced and their wisdom lost, sacrificed to the demands of a project that claimed to be about understanding and preserving life, while simultaneously destroying one of the few remaining examples of sustainable human interaction with the natural world. The irony of this destruction would become apparent only later, when InGen's scientists found themselves struggling with ecological challenges that the Bribri could have helped them anticipate and avoid. As the decade progressed and the first generation of cloned dinosaurs matured in their island home, the success of the lysine contingency in maintaining control over the creatures seemed to validate Wu's approach to the challenges of de-extinction. The dinosaurs grew and thrived within their designated areas, displaying behaviors that matched those predicted by paleontological research while remaining dependent upon their human caretakers for their continued survival. Yet beneath this apparent success, problems were already beginning to develop that would eventually threaten the entire enterprise. The frog DNA that had been used to fill gaps in dinosaur genetic sequences carried with it characteristics that had seemed irrelevant during the initial cloning process but would prove to be catastrophically important as the creatures reached sexual maturity. The discovery that some modern amphibians could change sex in response to environmental pressures had been well documented in scientific literature, but its implications for genetically modified dinosaurs had been overlooked by researchers whose attention was focused on more immediate challenges. This oversight would eventually prove to be the fatal flaw in InGen's carefully constructed system of biological control. In the laboratories of Site B, Dr. Wu continued to push the boundaries of genetic engineering, developing techniques for creating increasingly sophisticated and dangerous species. His work during this period laid the foundation for achievements that would astonish and terrify the world in equal measure, as the theoretical limits of what could be accomplished through genetic manipulation proved to be far more expansive than anyone had previously imagined. The creation of the first velociraptor in 1987 marked a turning point in the project's development, as Wu's team successfully resurrected one of the most intelligent and dangerous predators that had ever existed. This creature, which would eventually be known as the Big One, displayed levels of intelligence and problem-solving ability that exceeded all predictions based on fossil evidence and comparative studies of modern relatives. The birth of this apex predator was both triumph and warning, demonstrating that InGen had indeed succeeded in bringing back creatures from the distant past, while also revealing that these resurrected beings might possess capabilities that their creators had not anticipated. The velociraptor's intelligence, combined with her natural hunting instincts and pack behavior, made her a creature that would challenge every assumption about the possibility of controlling de-extinct species. As the 1980s drew to a close and the project entered its next phase of development, Hammond and his team could look back upon a decade of achievements that had seemed impossible when they began their work. They had successfully extracted genetic material from specimens millions of years old, developed techniques for cloning complex multicellular organisms from degraded DNA, and created living dinosaurs that thrived in carefully controlled environments. Yet these successes, remarkable though they were, represented only the beginning of a journey that would test the limits of human ingenuity and reveal the dangers inherent in wielding powers that had previously belonged to nature alone. The creatures stirring to life in the laboratories of Site B carried within their genetic structure both the majesty of the ancient world and the seeds of catastrophes that would reshape the modern one. In the deep places of scientific memory, where the first successful experiments were recorded and the early triumphs celebrated, the foundation had been laid for wonders and terrors that would soon walk the earth again. The resurrection had begun, and with it the next chapter in the long history of humanity's relationship with forces too powerful and too ancient to be safely contained by any technology that mortal minds could devise. In the year 1989, when the world beyond InGen's secret installations continued its familiar routines unmindful of the genetic revolution unfolding in hidden laboratories, a creature destined to become the most famous dinosaur in history drew her first breath on Isla Sorna. Rexy, as she would come to be known by those who would witness her terrible majesty, was but 1 year old when she was transported from the breeding grounds of Site B to her permanent home on Isla Nublar. Yet already her presence commanded respect from every living thing that shared her domain. The young Tyrannosaurus Rex embodied everything that Hammond had envisioned when he first conceived his impossible dream of resurrection. She was magnificent in her primitive power, terrifying in her predatory grace, and utterly alien to the modern world that had forgotten such creatures had ever existed. Her transport to Isla Nublar marked the beginning of the final phase of construction, as the island was transformed from a construction site into a fully operational biological preserve. By 1990, the first mature dinosaurs bred on Site B joined Rexy in their new home, populating paddocks that had been designed to showcase their majesty while maintaining the security that Hammond's investors demanded. Parasaurolophus herds grazed in open grasslands where their distinctive calls echoed across valleys that had been silent for millions of years, while Triceratops browsed among ferns that had been specially cultivated to recreate the vegetation of their ancient world. The infrastructure required to support these unprecedented inhabitants rivaled that of major cities, with power systems capable of maintaining the environmental controls that kept tropical creatures comfortable in their artificial habitats, water treatment facilities that could provide the massive quantities of fresh water required by large reptilian populations, and waste management systems designed to handle biological output on a scale that had never been encountered before. Yet even as construction proceeded according to Hammond's carefully laid plans, the first serious challenges to his vision of perfect control were beginning to manifest themselves in ways that his most pessimistic advisors had not anticipated. On September 20th, 1991, disaster struck the breeding program when several cloned specimens designated as subjects 4X, 6X, and 7X died within days of their creation, their embryonic development halted by genetic instabilities that Wu's team had not detected during the planning stages. The investigation that followed revealed that the instability had been caused by genetic material derived from yellow-banded poison dart frogs, whose DNA had been used to fill gaps in the dinosaur sequences, but had proven incompatible with the complex requirements of prehistoric genetics. Wu's solution was to substitute DNA from African reed frogs, a change that solved the immediate problem of embryonic mortality, while creating a far more serious challenge that would not become apparent until much later. The oversight that would eventually doom Hammond's enterprise lay in Wu's failure to fully investigate the characteristics of the substitute genetic material he had chosen to employ. The African reed frog possessed a remarkable ability to change sex in single-gender environments, a trait that had evolved as a survival mechanism in species that might find themselves isolated from potential mates for extended periods. This capability, encoded in the very DNA that Wu incorporated into his dinosaur genomes, would eventually allow the creatures to overcome the reproductive controls that were supposed to ensure their permanent dependence upon human management. The irony of this genetic time bomb was that it represented nature's most fundamental imperative, asserting itself despite humanity's most sophisticated attempts at control: life. As Dr. Pease, Ian Malcolm would later observe with characteristic precision, had indeed found a way to circumvent the elaborate safeguards that human ingenuity had devised to contain it. On February 12, 1992, Wu achieved another breakthrough that would prove to be as ominous as it was scientifically remarkable. His velociraptor clones began exhibiting signs of collective intelligence that exceeded all predictions based on fossil evidence and studies of modern predatory species. These creatures were not merely acting on instinct, but demonstrating the ability to coordinate their behavior, learn from experience, and adapt their hunting strategies based on the responses of their prey. The implications of this discovery should have served as a warning about the dangers of resurrecting apex predators whose intelligence rivaled that of modern primates. Yet the excitement of scientific achievement overshadowed concerns about the practical challenges of containing such formidable creatures. Wu and his colleagues were so focused on the technical triumph of their success that they failed to fully consider what it might mean to maintain populations of super-intelligent predators in artificial environments. The death of Sanjay Masrani in 1992 marked the end of an era and the beginning of changes that would eventually intersect with Hammond's work in ways that no one could foresee. Masrani Global Corporation, which had been built through the vision and determination of its founder, passed into the hands of his son Simon, a man whose ambitions would eventually bring him into direct conflict with the legacy of Jurassic Park. As 1993 dawned, the construction of Isla Nublar's visitor facilities neared completion, representing an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars in infrastructure designed to showcase living dinosaurs to a world that had never imagined such wonders were possible. The visitor center alone had consumed $357 million. Its soaring architecture and state-of-the-art exhibits, creating a monument to human achievement that was intended to inspire awe in every guest who entered its halls. Yet, the very magnificence of these preparations was overshadowed by a tragedy that struck during what should have been a routine operation. The transfer of a velociraptor from its temporary holding area to its permanent enclosure went catastrophically wrong when the creature demonstrated the intelligence and cunning that Wu's research had documented, but that the operational staff had failed to properly appreciate. The gatekeeper who died in that attack was not merely a victim of animal aggression, but a casualty of humanity's incomplete understanding of the forces they had chosen to resurrect. His death sent shockwaves through InGen's boardroom and triggered a crisis of confidence among investors who had begun to question whether the company could indeed provide the safety guarantees they had promised. The lawsuit filed by the victim's family struck at the heart of Hammond's carefully constructed public relations strategy, threatening to expose details about the project that the company had worked desperately to keep secret. More immediately, the legal action triggered contractual clauses that halted all further construction and operations until independent experts could certify that the park posed no unacceptable risks to visitors or staff. Hammond's response to this crisis revealed both his strengths and his fatal weaknesses as a leader. Rather than facing the technical and safety challenges directly, he chose to retreat into the comfort of family relationships, inviting his grandchildren Lex and Tim Murphy to visit the island in the hope that their wonder at his achievements would somehow validate his vision and restore his own confidence in its ultimate success. The selection of the expert team that would evaluate Jurassic Park's safety reflected Hammond's continued reliance on personal relationships rather than objective professional judgment. Dr. Alan Grant and Dr. Ellie Sattler were chosen not primarily for their expertise in paleontology and paleobotany, but because Hammond believed their genuine enthusiasm for dinosaurs would predispose them to support his project. Grant, whose life's work had been devoted to understanding the behavior and ecology of extinct species, possessed exactly the kind of knowledge that could have identified potential problems with Hammond's approach to managing living dinosaurs. His research had revealed aspects of predatory behavior and social organization that suggested these creatures would be far more difficult to control than Hammond's planners had anticipated. Sattler's expertise in ancient plant communities could have provided crucial insights into the ecological relationships that sustained dinosaur populations and the potential consequences of introducing these creatures into modern environments. Her understanding of prehistoric ecosystems could have helped identify the gaps in Hammond's recreation of Mesozoic conditions that might prove fatal to both the dinosaurs and their human caretakers. The inclusion of Dr. Ian Malcolm in the evaluation team represented Hammond's most serious attempt to address the concerns that had been raised about his project's safety. Malcolm's expertise in chaos theory and complex systems made him uniquely qualified to identify the potential failure points in any system that depended upon the interaction of multiple variables, particularly systems that involved unpredictable biological components. Malcolm's warnings about the fundamental unpredictability of complex systems fell upon ears that had been deafened by years of successful problem-solving and technological triumph. Hammond and his team had become so accustomed to overcoming obstacles through the application of superior knowledge and resources that they had lost the ability to recognize problems that could not be solved through purely technical means. The corporate espionage plot that Dennis Nedry had agreed to undertake for Biosyn represented another example of Hammond's failure to anticipate threats that arose from human nature rather than technological limitations. Nedry's resentment over his compensation and working conditions had made him vulnerable to approaches from competing companies. Yet Hammond's management style had created the very grievances that made such recruitment possible. The meeting between Nedry and Dr. Louis Dodgson in a Costa Rican restaurant during the final preparations for the park's evaluation was conducted with all the secrecy appropriate to an act of industrial espionage that could potentially shift the balance of power in the emerging field of genetic engineering. The price that Biosyn was willing to pay for samples of InGen's proprietary genetic material reflected both the commercial value of Wu's achievements and the lengths to which competitors would go to acquire access to technologies they could not develop independently. The plan that Nedry agreed to execute was elegant in its simplicity and devastating in its potential consequences. By temporarily disabling the park's security systems during his theft of embryonic samples, he would create a window of opportunity that would allow him to access restricted areas and escape the island before his crime could be detected. What he failed to anticipate was that the security systems he planned to circumvent were not merely intended to protect valuable research materials, but to contain creatures whose release could prove catastrophic. The arrival of the evaluation team on Isla Nublar in early June of 1993 marked the beginning of the end for Hammond's dream of controlled resurrection. The island that greeted them was a testament to human ingenuity and determination, its facilities representing the culmination of decades of research and billions of dollars in investment. Yet beneath the surface appearance of success lay fundamental flaws that would soon manifest themselves in ways that no amount of preparation could prevent. The tour that Hammond conducted for his guests was designed to showcase the park's achievements while minimizing exposure to its more dangerous inhabitants. Yet even this carefully scripted presentation revealed cracks in the facade of complete control. The dinosaurs that the visitors observed were magnificent creatures whose very existence challenged every assumption about the permanence of extinction. Yet their behavior often deviated from the patterns that Hammond's staff had predicted and prepared for. The tropical storm that approached Isla Nublar as the tour progressed seemed like a minor inconvenience compared to the revolutionary nature of what the visitors were witnessing. Yet it would prove to be the catalyst that transformed contained excitement into uncontrolled chaos. The decision to evacuate all non-essential personnel while maintaining only a skeleton crew to oversee the park's operations left too few qualified individuals to handle the crisis that was about to unfold. When Dennis Nedry activated his virus and began the process that would disable the park's security systems, he believed he was executing a carefully planned operation that would enrich him while causing minimal disruption to InGen's overall operations. The 15 minutes he had estimated for completing his theft and escaping the island seemed like more than enough time to accomplish his objectives and disappear before anyone could discover what he had done. The cascading failure that followed Nedry's sabotage revealed the extent to which the park's apparent stability depended upon technological systems that had never been tested under emergency conditions. The power outages that should have been minor inconveniences became life-threatening crises when they disabled the barriers that separated visitors from creatures capable of killing them with casual ease. The release of the Tyrannosaurus Rex from her paddock marked the moment when Hammond's dream of controlled exhibition became a nightmare of uncontrolled predation. Rexy, suddenly free to explore territories that had been forbidden to her since her arrival on the island, exhibited none of the docility that her caretakers had expected from a creature raised in captivity. Instead, she displayed all the territorial aggression and hunting instincts that had made her species the apex predator of the Cretaceous world. The death of Donald Gennaro, InGen's lawyer who had accompanied the evaluation team to assess the park's legal liabilities, served as a grim demonstration of how quickly academic discussions about risk management could become matters of life and death. His demise in the primitive shelter of a restroom facility illustrated the inadequacy of modern safety measures when confronted with threats that had been extinct for 65 million years. Dr. Grant's heroic efforts to protect Hammond's grandchildren during the night of terror that followed revealed both the nobility of human nature under extreme stress and the terrible consequences of exposing innocents to dangers that existed solely because of adult ambitions and failures. His knowledge of dinosaur behavior, acquired through years of studying fossil evidence, proved invaluable in anticipating the actions of living predators whose thought processes had been shaped by millions of years of evolutionary refinement. The chaos that engulfed the park during the storm was not limited to the escape of individual animals, but encompassed the complete breakdown of the technological systems that made modern life possible on the island. Communications failed, transportation broke down, and the elaborate computer networks that controlled everything from door locks to feeding schedules ceased to function, leaving the human inhabitants as vulnerable as their ancestors had been during the age when such creatures had ruled the earth. Ray Arnold's attempt to regain control of the park's systems through a manual reset demonstrated both the courage of InGen's technical staff and the inadequacy of their training for dealing with emergencies that involved escaped predators. His disappearance during the reboot process served as a stark reminder that technical expertise, however sophisticated, provided no protection against creatures whose hunting strategies had been perfected over millions of years. The discovery of Arnold's severed arm by Dr. Sattler marked one of the most horrifying moments in the unfolding catastrophe, providing undeniable evidence that the velociraptors had not only escaped their enclosure, but had successfully hunted and killed an experienced staff member who understood their capabilities. The clinical precision with which they had dismembered their victim suggested a level of intelligence and coordination that exceeded even Wu's most optimistic assessments. Robert Muldoon's final confrontation with the raptors revealed the futility of human attempts to predict and counter the hunting strategies of creatures whose intelligence had evolved specifically to overcome the defenses of other intelligent prey. His last words, "Clever girl," served as both admiration for his killer's tactical brilliance and acknowledgement that humanity had created adversaries whose capabilities exceeded their creator's ability to control or contain them. The electrocution of Tim Murphy as he climbed the perimeter fence in a desperate attempt to escape the pursuing Tyrannosaurus demonstrated how the park's safety systems, designed to protect visitors from accidental exposure to dangerous animals, had become death traps that threatened the very people they were meant to shield. The high-voltage barriers that should have been a final line of defense became obstacles that nearly claimed the life of an innocent child. The final confrontation in the visitor center, where the surviving humans found themselves hunted through the very halls that had been designed to celebrate humanity's triumph over extinction, served as a fitting climax to the catastrophic failure of Hammond's vision. The raptors that stalked them through kitchens and computer rooms had transformed the monument to human achievement into a prehistoric hunting ground, where intelligence was matched against intelligence in a contest whose outcome would determine whether the species that had created these creatures would survive their own success. The arrival of Rexy in the visitor center's main hall marked the end of the immediate crisis, as the territorial instincts that made her dangerous to humans also made her an implacable enemy of the raptors who had invaded her domain. The battle between the Tyrannosaurus and the Velociraptors was a glimpse of conflicts that had raged 65 million years earlier. Apex predators establishing dominance through violence that was swift, brutal, and decisive. The thunderous roar that Rexy released after destroying her rivals echoed through the ruined facility like a proclamation that the ancient world had indeed returned, that forces older than human civilization had been unleashed and would not easily be contained again. It was the sound of nature reclaiming dominion over territories that technology had briefly controlled. A reminder that the power to create life carried with it the responsibility to acknowledge its independence. The helicopter that carried the survivors away from Isla Nublar rose above an island that had been transformed from a symbol of human achievement into a monument to the dangers of hubris unchecked by wisdom. Below them, the fires that still burned, where the storm had damaged electrical systems, cast flickering shadows across facilities that represented billions of dollars in investment and decades of research, all abandoned to the creatures that had been meant to serve as exhibits in humanity's greatest show. Hammond's admission that he would not seek endorsement for his park marked the end of an era and the beginning of a reckoning that would stretch across decades. The man who had dreamed of controlling extinction itself was forced to acknowledge that his dream had become a nightmare, that his gift to the world had become a threat that could not be undone or forgotten. The immediate aftermath of the Jurassic Park disaster was characterized by desperate attempts to contain both the physical damage on Isla Nublar and the potential for public revelation of what had occurred there. InGen's corporate machinery swung into action, deploying legal strategies and public relations campaigns designed to minimize the company's liability while preserving whatever remained of its commercial prospects. The deconstruction of Jurassic Park began within weeks of the evacuation, as specialized teams arrived on Isla Nublar to dismantle the infrastructure that had taken years to build and cost fortunes to install. These workers, operating under strict security protocols and equipped with the most advanced protective gear available, found themselves laboring in an environment where every shadow might conceal a predator and every sound might herald an attack. The internal reports generated during this cleanup operation revealed disturbing details about the true scope of the disaster that Hammond's public statements had carefully concealed. Seismic activity beneath the island had been detected during the final hours of the park's operation, suggesting that the volcanic forces that had shaped Isla Nublar remained active and potentially dangerous. More troubling still were indications that some of the genetic material stored in the park's research facilities had been lost or compromised during the chaos of the evacuation. One embryo pod had been destroyed entirely, its contents lost to the ocean when the laboratory that housed it was damaged during the storm. Another had overheated due to sabotage during Nedry's escape attempt, leaving no viable genetic material behind. The implications of these losses extended far beyond their immediate impact on InGen's research program, for they represented gaps in the company's knowledge about exactly what species had been successfully cloned and where their genetic material might have ended up. The lawsuits that crashed down upon InGen like an avalanche represented more than mere financial liability, but a fundamental challenge to the company's right to continue existing. The families of Donald Gennaro, Robert Muldoon, and Ray Arnold sought compensation, not only for their personal losses, but for the broader damage that the park's failure had inflicted upon their understanding of corporate responsibility and technological safety. The legal arguments that emerged from these cases would establish precedents that affected the entire biotechnology industry, forcing companies engaged in genetic research to confront questions about the limits of acceptable risk and the extent of their obligations to protect both their employees and the general public from the consequences of experimental failure. InGen's board of directors, faced with mounting financial pressures and a complete loss of confidence in the project that had consumed so much of the company's resources, sought a scapegoat upon whom the blame for the disaster could be focused. John Hammond, the visionary who had conceived and driven the entire enterprise, found himself stripped of his position and replaced by his nephew Peter Ludlow, a man whose approach to the challenges of genetic engineering was guided more by financial considerations than by scientific curiosity or ethical concerns. The transformation of InGen's leadership marked a fundamental shift in the company's priorities and methods, as Ludlow's administration focused on extracting whatever commercial value remained from the ruins of Hammond's dream, while minimizing the risks and costs associated with continued dinosaur-related research. The new leadership viewed the creatures on InGen's islands not as miraculous resurrections worthy of wonder and protection, but as valuable assets whose genetic material could be exploited for profit. Meanwhile, on the islands themselves, processes were unfolding that would prove far more significant than any corporate restructuring or legal maneuvering. The African reed frog DNA that Wu had incorporated into his dinosaur genomes was beginning to express characteristics that his research team had failed to anticipate, as several species discovered their ability to change sex in response to the single-gender environments in which they had been placed. The first successful reproduction among supposedly sterile dinosaur populations represented a complete failure of the biological controls that had been designed to ensure permanent human dominion over these resurrected species. The lysine contingency that was supposed to prevent any escaped creature from surviving in the wild proved inadequate when confronted with animals that could reproduce naturally and establish self-sustaining populations. Dr. Ian Malcolm's attempts to warn the world about the continuing dangers posed by InGen's creations fell upon ears that had been deafened by corporate pressure and public indifference. His bold decision to violate his non-disclosure agreement and reveal the truth about what had occurred on Isla Nublar was met with a coordinated campaign to discredit his testimony and dismiss his warnings as the ravings of a disgraced academic seeking attention. The media coverage of Malcolm's revelations was carefully orchestrated by Peter Ludlow's public relations team, which portrayed the mathematician as an unstable individual whose injuries during the park incident had left him mentally unbalanced and prone to wild fantasies. Professional colleagues who might have supported his claims were pressured to remain silent through a combination of legal threats and financial incentives. The Costa Rican government's participation in the cover-up reflected the complex political and economic pressures that surrounded InGen's operations in the region. Officials who had initially welcomed the company's investment and the international prestige that came with hosting such a revolutionary project found themselves committed to protecting the country's image as a stable and safe destination for international tourism and investment. The official statements released by Costa Rican authorities described Hammond's project as nothing more than an ecological research laboratory devoted to studying endangered species and developing new conservation techniques. The existence of cloned dinosaurs was categorically denied, while the deaths and injuries that had occurred during the park's brief operation were attributed to accidents involving conventional wildlife and severe weather conditions. This coordinated campaign of denial and misdirection succeeded in its immediate goal of preventing public panic and protecting the commercial interests of all parties involved, yet it also ensured that the lessons that might have been learned from the Jurassic Park disaster would remain hidden from the scientists and policymakers who could have benefited from understanding what had gone wrong. At Biosyn Corporation, InGen's primary competitor in the field of genetic engineering, the corporate arms race accelerated as Jeff Rossi assumed control of the company and began preparing more aggressive moves in what he privately referred to as the genetic gold rush. Biosyn's leaders understood that whoever first achieved commercial success in de-extinction technologies would gain advantages that could transform the global economy. Dr. Henry Wu, no longer content with simply resurrecting species that had existed in the past, published a book that quietly shook the foundations of scientific thinking about the possibilities inherent in genetic engineering. The next step, an evolution of God's concepts, outlined Wu's vision for creating entirely new species, designed not by millions of years of natural selection, but by human intelligence, guided by specific objectives and requirements. The book's central thesis was that humanity had moved beyond the stage of merely preserving or restoring existing life forms, and was ready to begin the work of consciously directing evolution itself. Wu argued that the same technologies that made de-extinction possible could be used to create organisms that had never existed before, creatures designed to solve specific problems or fulfill particular ecological roles that no natural species could adequately address. These ideas, revolutionary though they were, found receptive audiences among investors and researchers who had grown frustrated with the limitations imposed by working exclusively with genetic material from extinct species. The creation of entirely artificial organisms offered the promise of intellectual property protections and commercial advantages that could never be achieved through simple resurrection of creatures that had once lived naturally. With Malcolm successfully silenced and InGen's reputation mysteriously intact despite the disasters that had befallen its flagship project, Peter Ludlow began pushing forward with a bold new vision that was actually a return to Hammond's original concept. Jurassic Park San Diego, which had been abandoned years earlier in favor of the more secure island location, was resurrected as the centerpiece of InGen's strategy for recovering from the Nublar debacle. The irony of this return to mainland operations was lost on Ludlow and his advisors, who believed that their superior understanding of the challenges involved would allow them to succeed where Hammond had failed. They convinced themselves that the disasters of Isla Nublar had been caused by inadequate preparation and insufficient security, rather than by fundamental problems with the entire concept of maintaining large predators in artificial environments. As the world moved unknowingly toward new confrontations with forces that had been unleashed but not controlled, the genetic revolution that Hammond and Lockwood had initiated continued to gather momentum in laboratories and corporate boardrooms around the globe. The technology that had made dinosaur cloning possible was being adapted for other purposes, while the knowledge gained from studying resurrected species was being applied to projects that pushed the boundaries of biological manipulation even further. In the deep places of memory, where the echoes of Rexy's roar still reverberated through abandoned hallways and the amber still held its ancient secrets, the stage was being set for confrontations that would test whether humanity possessed the wisdom to control the forces it had learned to command. The first act of the drama had ended in disaster, but the play itself was far from over, and the final scenes would prove even more spectacular and terrible than what had come before. In the aftermath of Jurassic Park's catastrophic failure, when the smoke had cleared from Isla Nublar's abandoned facilities, and the last rescue helicopter had disappeared beyond the horizon, the corporate machinery of InGen ground into motion with the relentless efficiency of a system designed to preserve profit even in the face of unprecedented disaster. The boardroom politics that followed Hammond's downfall revealed the extent to which his visionary leadership had been the only force holding together an enterprise that was inherently unstable and prone to the very chaos that had ultimately consumed it. Peter Ludlow's ascension to control of InGen marked not merely a change in leadership but a fundamental transformation in the company's philosophy and objectives. Where Hammond had been driven by wonder and the desire to share impossible marvels with a world that had forgotten such creatures had ever existed, Ludlow approached the legacy of de-extinction with the cold calculation of a corporate strategist whose primary concern was extracting maximum value from assets that had already been paid for with other people's money. The removal of John Hammond from his position as head of the company he had founded was accomplished with the bureaucratic efficiency that characterized all of Ludlow's actions, yet it represented a betrayal that cut deeper than mere business considerations. Hammond had poured his soul into the creation of Jurassic Park, believing that he was offering humanity a gift that would transform their understanding of life itself, only to find himself discarded by those who saw his life's work as nothing more than an expensive mistake to be minimized and forgotten. The financial pressures that drove these corporate machinations were as relentless as any force of nature, for the failure of Jurassic Park had not erased the massive debts that had been incurred during its construction and operation. The hundreds of millions of dollars that had been invested in infrastructure, research, and development remained as obligations that demanded satisfaction, while the complete loss of anticipated revenue from park operations left the company teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. Ludlow's solution to these financial challenges was characteristically direct and ruthlessly practical. If the dinosaurs could not be safely exhibited on Isla Nublar, they would be captured and transported to facilities where they could be controlled and monetized through other means. The concept of Jurassic Park San Diego, Hammond's original vision that had been abandoned in favor of island isolation, was resurrected as the centerpiece of a new strategy that promised to recover InGen's investments while minimizing the risks that had proved so catastrophic on Nublar. Yet even as these corporate maneuverings unfolded in boardrooms far from the scenes of the original disaster, the islands themselves were becoming stages for dramas that no human planning had anticipated or could control. The genetic modifications that Dr. Wu had introduced into his dinosaur creations were beginning to express themselves in ways that rendered meaningless all the safeguards and containment measures that had been designed to maintain human dominion over resurrected species. The incorporation of African reed frog DNA into dinosaur genomes, which had seemed like an elegant solution to the technical challenges of genetic reconstruction, was revealing characteristics that Wu's research team had failed to investigate thoroughly. The ability of certain amphibian species to change sex in single-gender environments was not merely a curious biological phenomenon, but a fundamental reproductive strategy that had evolved to ensure species survival under the most challenging conditions. As this genetic heritage began to manifest itself among the supposedly sterile dinosaur populations, the lysine contingency that had been designed to prevent unauthorized reproduction proved utterly inadequate to contain creatures that had found ways to circumvent the biological controls imposed upon them. The dinosaurs were not merely surviving in their artificial environments, but beginning to thrive and multiply in ways that transformed them from expensive exhibits into self-sustaining populations. Dr. Ian Malcolm's campaign to alert the world to these developing dangers represented a heroic attempt to pierce the veil of secrecy and disinformation that surrounded InGen's operations. Yet his efforts were systematically undermined by forces that possessed far greater resources and influence than any individual scientist could command. His book tour and media appearances, which should have provided platforms for sharing crucial information about biological disasters in progress, were transformed into exercises in public humiliation as corporate-sponsored experts systematically discredited his claims. The coordination of this disinformation campaign revealed the extent to which major corporations had learned to manipulate public opinion and scientific discourse to protect their interests, regardless of the broader consequences for society or the environment. Malcolm found himself portrayed not as a whistleblower attempting to prevent catastrophe, but as a tension-seeking academic whose credibility had been compromised by the very experiences that had given him unique insight into the very dangers posed by de-extinction technologies. The media outlets that should have investigated his claims instead participated in their suppression, accepting without question the explanations provided by InGen's public relations specialists and the Costa Rican officials who had their own reasons for wanting the truth to remain hidden. The complex web of financial relationships and political obligations that bound together corporations, governments, and media organizations ensured that Malcolm's warnings would be dismissed as conspiracy theories rather than recognized as urgent alerts about genuine threats. Meanwhile, in the laboratories and corporate offices of Biosyn Corporation, the competitive dynamics of the genetic engineering industry were accelerating the very developments that Malcolm was attempting to prevent. Jeff Rossi's assumption of leadership at Biosyn marked the beginning of a more aggressive approach to acquiring the technologies and genetic materials that InGen had pioneered, while Dr. Henry Wu's growing reputation as the architect of successful de-extinction made him a target for recruitment by competitors who understood the value of his expertise. Wu's publication of The Next Step, An Evolution of God's Concepts, served multiple purposes within the scientific and corporate communities, establishing him as a visionary thinker whose ideas extended far beyond the mere resurrection of extinct species, while also advertising his availability to organizations that might offer him greater resources and freedom to pursue his revolutionary concepts. The book's central argument that humanity had evolved beyond the role of passive observer of natural processes to become an active director of evolutionary development resonated with investors and researchers who saw enormous commercial potential in the creation of organisms designed for specific purposes. The timing of this publication, coming so soon after the Jurassic Park disaster, reflected Wu's understanding that the failure of Hammond's exhibition-focused approach did not invalidate the underlying technologies of de-extinction, but merely demonstrated the need for more sophisticated applications of genetic engineering capabilities. Where Hammond had sought to recreate the past, Wu envisioned creating entirely new futures through the conscious design of organisms that had never existed in nature. With Malcolm effectively silenced and InGen's reputation somehow preserved despite the catastrophes that had befallen its most ambitious project, Peter Ludlow felt confident enough to begin implementing his vision for Jurassic Park San Diego. The mainland facility offered advantages that island operations could never provide. Proximity to major population centers that would supply both visitors and revenue, access to transportation networks that would facilitate the movement of specimens and supplies, and integration with existing infrastructure that would reduce the massive capital investments required for completely isolated operations. Yet far from the boardrooms where these plans were being developed and the public forums where critics were being silenced, events were unfolding that would prove the inadequacy of any human attempt to control or contain the forces that InGen had unleashed. The winter months between December 17th and January 1st of 1997 brought a seemingly innocent incident that would shatter the illusion of containment and reveal that the dangers posed by resurrected dinosaurs extended far beyond the boundaries of any single island. A British family sailing in Costa Rican waters, seeking nothing more than a pleasant vacation cruise through tropical paradise, found themselves swept by currents and weather onto the shores of Isla Sorna, InGen's secret breeding facility that the public had never been told existed. The island that greeted them seemed like an untouched wilderness, dense with vegetation and alive with the sounds of creatures they could not identify but assumed to be harmless tropical wildlife. Their young daughter, drawn by the natural curiosity that characterizes childhood and unaware of the dangers that lurked in the seemingly peaceful jungle, wandered away from her family's makeshift campsite to explore the fascinating environment that surrounded them. The encounter that followed between innocent human child and resurrected prehistoric predator was brief but devastating, as a pack of Compsognathus, small dinosaurs whose size belied their vicious nature, attacked with the coordinated efficiency that had made them successful scavengers in the ancient world. The child's survival was due more to chance than to any protective measures her family could provide, for they were entirely unprepared to defend against predators whose very existence contradicted everything they believed about the modern world. Her injuries, while not fatal, provided undeniable physical evidence that creatures thought to be extinct for 65 million years were indeed alive and active on an island that was supposed to be uninhabited. Within 48 hours of the attack, InGen's security apparatus had swung into action, obtaining photographs of the child's injuries and implementing damage control measures designed to prevent the incident from becoming public knowledge. The family was quietly compensated for their suffering and bound by non-disclosure agreements that prevented them from discussing their experiences, while official records of their emergency medical treatment were altered to suggest more conventional explanations for injuries that bore the unmistakable marks of dinosaur teeth and claws. Yet, despite these efforts at concealment, the truth had already begun to slip through the cracks in InGen's carefully constructed facade of control and containment. The incident demonstrated that Site B was not the secure research facility that corporate reports had described, but an island where resurrected creatures roamed freely and posed immediate threats to any human beings who encountered them. Unexpectedly, by May of 1997, the pressures that had been building since the Jurassic Park disaster reached a critical threshold, and everything that InGen's leadership had worked to conceal began to unravel with the inevitability of natural forces that had been artificially constrained for too long. The revelation that dinosaurs continued to exist and multiply on islands that were supposed to have been secured and contained forced a fundamental reconsideration of every assumption about the company's ability to manage the consequences of its genetic experiments. It was during this period of growing crisis that Dr. Henry Wu unveiled his latest achievement, a genetically modified plant that he had named the Wu flower, in a moment of scientific pride that would later seem grotesquely inappropriate, given the disasters that his other creations had caused. This botanical marvel demonstrated that genetic engineering could indeed create entirely new forms of life, organisms that combined characteristics from multiple species to achieve capabilities that no natural plant possessed. John Hammond, watching from the sidelines as his life's work was transformed into something he no longer recognized or controlled, began to understand the true magnitude of what he had unleashed upon the world. His removal from InGen's leadership had not ended his moral responsibility for the consequences of decisions he had made during his years of absolute authority, and the knowledge that creatures were suffering and dying because of his ambitions weighed upon his conscience with increasing heaviness. The realization that his dream of sharing prehistoric wonders with humanity had become a nightmare of corporate exploitation and biological chaos prompted Hammond to take action that would bring him into direct conflict with the nephew who had displaced him. If Peter Ludlow was determined to continue exploiting the dinosaurs for commercial gain, Hammond would assemble his own team to protect these creatures from further abuse and ensure their survival in conditions that approximated the natural freedom they deserved. Ludlow's plan to capture dinosaurs from Isla Sorna and transport them to the mainland represented the culmination of everything that was wrong with his approach to managing InGen's legacy. Rather than acknowledging the fundamental impossibility of safely containing apex predators in artificial environments, he chose to double down on the failed strategies that had already resulted in deaths and disasters, convinced that superior planning and more sophisticated equipment would allow him to succeed where Hammond had failed. The assembly of teams to implement these competing visions revealed the depth of the philosophical divide that separated Hammond's protective instincts from Ludlow's exploitative ambitions. The hunters that Ludlow recruited were professional big game trackers, whose experience with dangerous animals was limited to species that had been shaped by millions of years of coevolution with human ancestors, while Hammond's gatherers were scientists and conservationists whose expertise lay in understanding animal behavior and protecting endangered species from human interference. Dr. Ian Malcolm's reluctant agreement to join Hammond's protective mission was motivated not by any desire to return to the islands where he had nearly lost his life, but by the knowledge that Sarah Harding, his partner, had already departed for Isla Sorna to study the dinosaurs in their supposedly natural habitat. Malcolm's love for Sarah overcame his rational understanding of the dangers involved, demonstrating how personal relationships could override scientific judgment, even among those who possessed intimate knowledge of the threats they were choosing to face. The hasty assembly of Hammond's team reflected the urgency that all participants felt about reaching Isla Sorna before Ludlow's hunters could begin their systematic capture and removal of the island's dinosaur populations. Engineer Eddie Carr brought technical expertise that would prove crucial for surviving in an environment where conventional technology might fail at critical moments, while documentarian Nick Van Owen possessed both the equipment necessary to record evidence of whatever they discovered and the activist convictions that aligned with Hammond's protective goals. The unexpected addition of Kelly Malcolm, Ian's daughter who had stowed away aboard their aircraft, introduced an element of personal stakes that transformed what might have been a scientific expedition into a desperate family rescue mission. Malcolm's knowledge that his child was now exposed to the same dangers that had nearly killed him during the original Jurassic Park incident added emotional urgency to his already strong motivations for ensuring the mission's success. The approach to Isla Sorna revealed an island that had been transformed by the absence of human management into something that more closely approximated the natural environments that had sustained dinosaur populations millions of years earlier. Without the artificial boundaries and feeding schedules that had characterized Jurassic Park's controlled exhibits, the creatures had established their own territories and social structures, creating a functioning ecosystem that demonstrated both the resilience of life and the futility of human attempts to direct and control natural processes. Sarah Harding's initial research on the island had revealed behavioral patterns among the dinosaur populations that contradicted many of the assumptions upon which InGen's management strategies had been based. The creatures were not the semi-domesticated exhibits that corporate planners had envisioned, but wild animals whose instincts and social structures had been shaped by evolutionary pressures that human understanding could only approximate. The peace that Hammond's team initially observed upon their arrival was deceptive, for it represented not the absence of danger, but merely the temporary calm that preceded conflicts, whose violence would exceed anything that had occurred during the original Jurassic Park disaster. The dinosaurs that grazed peacefully in open meadows or sheltered in forest groves were not harmless herbivores, but creatures whose survival had been ensured by millions of years of evolutionary arms races with predators whose capabilities exceeded those of any modern carnivore. The arrival of Ludlow's hunting expedition shattered this temporary tranquility and initiated a series of confrontations that would demonstrate both the magnificent power of resurrected creatures and the inadequacy of human technology when deployed against opponents whose capabilities had been honed by natural selection operating across geological timescales. Roland Tembo, the professional hunter who led Ludlow's team, possessed decades of experience tracking and capturing the most dangerous animals on Earth. Yet he would discover that his expertise was insufficient preparation for dealing with creatures that had no modern equivalents. The hunting techniques that Ludlow's team employed reflected a fundamental misunderstanding of what they were attempting to accomplish, for they treated the dinosaurs as if they were simply large versions of contemporary animals, rather than representatives of entirely different evolutionary lineages, whose behavior, patterns, and capabilities had no parallels in the modern world. Their equipment, however sophisticated, had been designed for capturing creatures whose responses to human presence had been shaped by millions of years of coevolution, not for dealing with animals whose first encounter with humanity had occurred only years earlier. The systematic roundup of dinosaur specimens that Ludlow's team conducted across Isla Sorna was a masterpiece of logistical coordination and technical execution, demonstrating that human organizational capabilities could indeed overcome significant obstacles when focused upon clearly defined objectives. Parasaurolophus, Triceratops, and other herbivorous species were captured and prepared for transport with an efficiency that would have impressed Hammond himself had he been present to witness the professional competence of the operation. Yet the hunters' ultimate objective was not the relatively manageable herbivores, but the infant Tyrannosaurus rex, whose capture was intended to serve as bait for attracting the adult pair that Tembo had identified as his primary target. The decision to use a juvenile as a lure demonstrated both the hunters' confidence in their ability to control any situation that might develop, and their fundamental failure to understand the emotional and social bonds that connected prehistoric families. The gatherers' sabotage of the hunters' camp that night represented Hammond's philosophy of protection translated into direct action, as Nick Van Owen and Sarah Harding systematically undermined the capture operation by releasing the imprisoned dinosaurs and destroying the equipment that had been used to subdue them. Their actions were motivated by genuine concern for animal welfare, yet they also demonstrated the same disregard for unintended consequences that had characterized Hammond's original approach to de-extinction. The chaos that erupted as freed dinosaurs stampeded through the hunters' camp provided a dramatic illustration of what happened when human planning encountered the unpredictable forces of nature operating at full strength. Creatures that had been safely contained only hours earlier became agents of destruction whose rampage left the professional hunting expedition as helpless and vulnerable as the amateur adventurers they had been hired to protect. The rescue of the injured Tyrannosaurus infant by the gatherers was motivated by compassion and scientific curiosity, yet it set in motion a chain of events that would prove far more dangerous than anything that had occurred during the original Jurassic Park incident. The attempt to treat the young animal's broken leg in the mobile laboratory trailer demonstrated both the nobility of human impulses toward healing and the tragic inadequacy of good intentions when confronted with forces that operated according to entirely different principles. The return of the adult Tyrannosaurus pair to reclaim their offspring revealed aspects of dinosaur behavior that no amount of fossil evidence could have predicted or prepared the humans to handle. These were not simply large predators responding to territorial instincts, but parents whose emotional bonds to their young were as powerful as those found in any modern species, perhaps more so given the challenges they faced in raising offspring in an environment where every day brought new threats to their family's survival. The assault upon the trailer that housed the injured infant was conducted with a methodical fury that spoke of intelligence directing raw power toward a specific objective. The adult tyrannosaurs did not attack randomly or out of simple aggression, but focused their efforts upon the precise goal of recovering their child, demonstrating problem-solving capabilities that exceeded the estimates of even the most optimistic researchers who had studied their cognitive potential. Eddie Carr's heroic attempt to save the trailer and its human occupants from plunging over the cliff represented the finest qualities of human courage and loyalty under extreme pressure, yet his sacrifice also demonstrated the limits of technological solutions when confronted with biological problems of unprecedented scope. His death marked the first casualty in what would become a systematic breakdown of human authority over creatures that had never truly been under human control. The destruction of the gatherers' equipment left both teams stranded on an island where every shadow might conceal a predator, and every sound might herald an attack from creatures whose hunting strategies had been perfected during eras when intelligence was the only advantage that prey species possessed against overwhelmingly superior physical capabilities. The forced cooperation between hunters and gatherers in their desperate journey across Isla Sorna revealed how quickly ideological differences could be set aside when survival itself was at stake. The abandoned InGen facilities that the survivors discovered during their trek across the island served as monuments to corporate ambitions that had exceeded their creators' ability to sustain them. The worker village that had once housed the staff responsible for maintaining dinosaur populations had been evacuated so hastily that personal belongings and equipment remained scattered where they had been dropped, creating an atmosphere of desolation that spoke eloquently of plans abandoned and dreams shattered by encounters with realities too powerful to be controlled. Roland Tembo's growing understanding of what his team had been hired to accomplish was reflected in his changing attitude toward the creatures he had been contracted to capture. The professional hunter who had approached the assignment with confidence born of decades of experience tracking dangerous game began to comprehend that he was dealing with predators whose capabilities exceeded those of any animal he had previously encountered. The systematic elimination of team members during their journey across Isla Sorna demonstrated that the island had become a testing ground where human intelligence and modern technology were measured against predatory instincts that had been honed by millions of years of evolutionary pressure. Each death was not merely a personal tragedy, but a lesson in the inadequacy of contemporary survival strategies when applied to environments where creatures from entirely different geological eras had established their own territories and hunting patterns. The velociraptors that stalked the survivors through jungle and grassland were not simply large lizards with sharp teeth, but representatives of one of the most successful predatory lineages in the history of life on Earth. Their hunting strategies combined pack coordination with individual initiative, while their intelligence allowed them to adapt their tactics based on the specific challenges presented by human prey whose behavior patterns fell outside their normal experience. The use of captured team members as bait demonstrated that these creatures possessed not only the intelligence necessary to conceive complex hunting strategies, but also the patience required to implement plans that might take hours or even days to reach fruition. The discovery that they were communicating among themselves using sophisticated vocalizations revealed that their social organization was far more complex than fossil evidence had suggested. Dr. Grant's realization that the raptors were searching for their stolen eggs rather than simply hunting for food transformed the entire dynamic of the human-dinosaur conflict from a simple matter of predator versus prey to a more complex situation involving parental instincts and territorial defense. The creatures were not attacking out of mere hunger or aggression, but responding to what they perceived as theft of their offspring by potential rivals. Billy Brennan's theft of the raptor eggs, motivated by the financial pressures that affected paleontological research and justified by appeals to scientific value, represented another example of how well-intentioned actions could produce catastrophic consequences when they failed to account for the emotional and social bonds that connected prehistoric families. His claim that he had acted with the best intentions only emphasized the gulf between human moral reasoning and the instinctive responses that governed dinosaur behavior. Grant's harsh judgment of Billy's actions reflected his growing understanding that the ethical frameworks developed for dealing with modern animals were inadequate when applied to creatures whose resurrection had been achieved through technologies that raised fundamental questions about the nature of life itself. The paleontologist who had devoted his career to studying extinct species was forced to confront the reality that bringing them back to life created moral obligations that science was not equipped to fulfill. The survival of Eric Kirby for 8 weeks alone on Isla Sorna was perhaps the most remarkable human achievement of the entire incident, demonstrating that adaptation and resourcefulness could indeed allow individuals to survive in environments where creatures from the ancient world had re-established their dominion. His use of salvaged supplies and InGen equipment to create shelter and protection showed that human technology, while inadequate for controlling dinosaur populations, could still provide advantages to those clever enough to use it properly. The reunion between Eric and Dr. Cam Grant represented a moment of hope in a narrative that had been dominated by loss and failure, proving that human intelligence and determination could indeed overcome challenges that seemed insurmountable when first encountered. Yet this success was achieved not through technological superiority or superior firepower, but through adaptation to conditions that the island's environment demanded, rather than those that human planning had anticipated. The return of the Spinosaurus, whose presence had been hinted at through earlier encounters but whose full power had not yet been revealed, marked the introduction of a predator whose capabilities exceeded even those of the Tyrannosaurus rex. This creature, evolved for life in aquatic environments but equally capable on land, represented the ultimate test of human survival skills in an environment where the normal rules of engagement between humans and wildlife had been completely rewritten. The satellite phone that revealed the Spinosaurus's location through its distinctive ringtone, swallowed during the creature's previous meal, provided a technological solution to the problem of tracking a predator that could move through both terrestrial and aquatic environments with equal facility. Yet this advantage was temporary at best, for the creature's intelligence allowed it to learn from each encounter and adapt its hunting strategies to overcome whatever defenses the humans might devise. The escape into the aviary, where pteranodons had established their aerial territory, demonstrated that the dangers posed by resurrected species were not limited to ground-based predators, but extended into three-dimensional environments where human movement was severely constrained, while dinosaur capabilities were enhanced. The flying reptiles that attacked the survivors possessed advantages in mobility and perspective that made them nearly impossible to evade once they had identified potential prey. Billy Brennan's desperate rescue attempt using the recovered parasail equipment represented another example of human ingenuity adapting available technology to meet challenges that its designers had never anticipated. His apparent death in the river below served as a reminder that heroic gestures, however nobly motivated, provided no guarantee of survival when they were attempted in environments where creatures specifically evolved to kill had established their hunting grounds. The peaceful interlude during which the survivors traveled downstream aboard the barge provided a brief respite from the constant threat of predation, while also offering a glimpse of what Hammond's original vision might have achieved under different circumstances. The sight of dinosaurs living freely in natural habitats, unconfined by fences or controlled by feeding schedules, revealed the majesty that had motivated the entire de-extinction project, while also demonstrating why such creatures could never safely coexist with human civilization. The Spinosaurus's final assault upon the survivors, capsizing their vessel and setting the river ablaze through its destruction of fuel tanks, represented the ultimate demonstration of the futility of human attempts to escape predators whose capabilities had been refined by millions of years of evolutionary arms races. The creature's persistence in pursuing prey that offered minimal nutritional reward suggested that its motivation extended beyond simple hunger to encompass territorial defense and competitive behavior that made it implacably hostile to human presence. Grant's use of a flare to ignite spilled fuel and drive away the attacking predator showed that human intelligence could still find ways to exploit environmental conditions to gain temporary advantages over physically superior opponents. Yet this success was achieved only through desperate improvisation rather than careful planning, and it provided only momentary safety rather than genuine security. The negotiation with the velociraptors for the return of their stolen eggs represented perhaps the most remarkable example of interspecies communication attempted during the entire incident, as Grant used his understanding of dinosaur vocalizations and social behavior to establish a temporary truce with creatures that had every reason to view humans as enemies. The three-dimensional printed resonating chamber that allowed him to mimic raptor calls demonstrated how modern technology could be adapted to facilitate communication with species that had evolved sophisticated vocal languages during the Mesozoic era. The success of this communication, however temporary, suggested that coexistence between humans and resurrected dinosaurs might be possible under conditions very different from those that InGen's corporate planners had envisioned. Rather than relationships based on human dominance and dinosaur submission, such coexistence would require acknowledgement of dinosaur intelligence and autonomy, recognition that these creatures possessed their own interests and objectives that might not align with human plans. The arrival of United States Navy and Marine Corps helicopters marked the end of the immediate crisis on Isla Sorna, yet it also demonstrated that the problems created by de-extinction had grown beyond the scope of corporate management and now required intervention by governmental authorities whose resources and legal powers exceeded those of any private company. The military response to the incident reflected official recognition that InGen's activities posed threats to national security that could not be addressed through conventional regulatory approaches. The rescue of Billy Brennan, pulled from the river by military personnel and revealed to be alive against all expectations, provided a moment of triumph that balanced the losses that had characterized the entire expedition. Yet his survival also served as a reminder that the outcomes of encounters with resurrected predators remained fundamentally unpredictable, dependent upon factors that no amount of planning or preparation could fully control. The sight of pteranodons gliding alongside the rescue helicopters as they departed from Isla Sorna provided a final demonstration that the containment measures which had been designed to keep dangerous creatures confined to specific locations had failed completely. These flying reptiles, free from the damaged enclosures that had briefly held them, were now at liberty to establish themselves wherever they could find suitable habitat, carrying the potential for ecological disruption far beyond the boundaries of any single island. The emergence of Vic Hoskins as the leader of efforts to neutralize the escaped pteranodons marked the beginning of a new phase in humanity's response to the challenges of de-extinction, as military and security professionals began to assume responsibilities that had previously been left to scientists and corporate managers. Hoskins' rise within InGen's hierarchy reflected the company's recognition that their biological assets required management approaches that were more military than scientific in their orientation and objectives. In the deep places of memory, where the screams of the dying and the roars of triumphant predators echoed through abandoned facilities and empty forests, the lessons of the lost world remained to be learned by those who possessed the wisdom to understand them. The stage had been set for even greater confrontations between human ambition and natural forces that refused to be controlled or contained by any technology that mortal minds could devise. In the dawn of the new millennium, when the world celebrated the passage from one century to another with celebrations that spoke of hope for technological progress, tempered by wisdom learned from past mistakes, the genetic revolution that John Hammond had initiated continued to evolve in directions that its original architects had never envisioned. The disasters that had befallen both Jurassic Park and the subsequent Lost World expedition should have served as warnings about the fundamental impossibility of controlling forces that had been shaped by millions of years of evolutionary refinement, yet corporate ambition proved more powerful than corporate memory. The death of Sanjay Masrani in 1992 had left his global empire in the hands of his son Simon, a man whose vision extended far beyond the telecommunications and energy industries that had formed the foundation of his father's fortune. Simon Masrani possessed the combination of vast financial resources and restless imagination that made him the perfect heir to Hammond's legacy, though he would prove even less capable than his predecessor of understanding the true nature of the forces he sought to harness. The corporate acquisition that brought InGen under the control of Masrani Global Corporation was accomplished with the swift efficiency that characterized all of Simon's business dealings, yet it represented more than a simple transfer of ownership. With this purchase, Simon acquired not merely a struggling biotechnology company, but the complete infrastructure and knowledge base necessary to resume operations that had been suspended rather than abandoned following the disasters of the 1990s. Within 100 days of the ink drying on the acquisition contract, InGen's facilities on Isla Sorna were humming with activity once again as new teams of researchers and technicians arrived to resume the work of genetic resurrection that had been interrupted by legal challenges and public place scrutiny. The Gene Guard Act, which had been passed by Congress in response to the San Diego incident and was intended to prohibit further cloning of prehistoric species, proved to be little more than a symbolic gesture when confronted with the determination and resources of a corporation that operated beyond the effective reach of national regulatory authorities. The secret resumption of cloning operations represented a direct violation of international law, yet it proceeded without interference from authorities who lacked both the knowledge necessary to detect such activities and the will to confront a corporation whose economic influence extended into the highest levels of government. Simon Masrani's wealth and political connections provided a shield of protection that allowed his scientists to pursue research that had been explicitly forbidden by democratic institutions. Over the following 9 months, InGen's renewed research program achieved successes that exceeded even the accomplishments of Wu's original team, as improved techniques and accumulated experience allowed for the resurrection of species that had been deemed too challenging or dangerous to attempt during the company's earlier incarnation. Styracosaurus, Corythosaurus, and other herbivorous species were successfully cloned and established in breeding populations that demonstrated the maturation of de-extinction technologies into reliable industrial processes. Most significant among these new creations was the Spinosaurus, a massive predator whose resurrection marked InGen's entry into territories of genetic manipulation that had never before been attempted. This creature was different from all previous cloning successes, not merely in its size and capabilities, but in the circumstances of its creation, for its development represented early experiments in genetic hybridization that would eventually lead to even more ambitious and dangerous projects. The Spinosaurus that emerged from InGen's laboratories was not simply a faithful recreation of an ancient species, but a creature whose genetic structure had been deliberately modified to enhance characteristics that Wu and his colleagues believed would make it more effective in roles that no natural predator had ever been designed to fulfill. Its intelligence exceeded normal parameters for prehistoric predators, while its aggression was focused and directed in ways that suggested artificial enhancement rather than natural development. The absence of this creature from InGen's official records reflected the company's growing tendency to pursue research projects that were considered too sensitive or too dangerous to acknowledge even within their own corporate structure. The creation of genetically modified organisms that bore only superficial resemblance to their supposed historical templates represented a fundamental departure from the resurrection philosophy that had motivated Hammond's original vision. By 1998, the success of these clandestine research programs had encouraged Simon Masrani to begin planning for a public revelation that would dwarf anything that Hammond had attempted during his tenure as InGen's leader. The early blueprints for Jurassic World represented not merely an improved version of the failed theme park concept, but a complete reimagining of humanity's relationship with resurrected species. Where Hammond had envisioned a preserve where dinosaurs could be observed and appreciated by visitors who maintained respectful distance from creatures they recognized as fundamentally wild and dangerous, Masrani conceived an entertainment complex where prehistoric animals would be transformed into attractions designed to provide thrills and excitement to audiences whose safety would be guaranteed by technological controls that exceeded anything previously attempted. The fundamental philosophy underlying Jurassic World was that the failures of earlier attempts at dinosaur exhibition had been caused not by inherent problems with the concept of controlling prehistoric predators, but by inadequate application of available technologies and insufficient investment in security measures. Masrani and his advisors convinced themselves that superior funding and more sophisticated equipment would allow them to succeed where Hammond had failed. The launch of Glenda, a satellite system ostensibly designed to study extreme weather patterns, provided Masrani Global with monitoring capabilities that extended far beyond meteorological research. This sophisticated surveillance network would allow the company to track atmospheric and geological conditions across vast areas of the Pacific, providing advance warning of natural disasters that might threaten their island operations, while also enabling them to monitor the movements of potential competitors or regulatory authorities. The official description of Glenda as a purely scientific endeavor masked its true purpose as an intelligence-gathering system that would support Masrani Global's expansion into activities that required careful coordination with natural forces and protection from unwanted oversight. The satellite's ability to predict and analyze extreme weather systems would prove crucial for operations that depended upon precise timing and environmental conditions. Masrani Global's negotiations for limited access to both Isla Nublar and Isla Sorna represented a masterpiece of corporate diplomacy that succeeded in circumventing the legal protections established by the Gene Guard Act through careful exploitation of loopholes and jurisdictional ambiguities. The company's legal team argued that research conducted for conservation purposes and scientific advancement fell outside the scope of prohibitions that had been written to address commercial exploitation of cloned species. The international agreements that Masrani Global negotiated with Costa Rica and other regional authorities created a legal framework that allowed the company to operate with minimal oversight while maintaining the appearance of compliance with international law. These agreements were carefully structured to provide maximum operational flexibility while minimizing the potential for legal challenges from environmental groups or competing corporations. The discovery of trace DNA fragments in a recently unearthed mosasaur skeleton in August of 2000 marked another breakthrough in de-extinction technology, as improved extraction and analysis techniques allowed researchers to recover genetic material from specimens that had previously been considered unsuitable for cloning attempts. The mosasaur, a massive marine predator from the Cretaceous period, represented an entirely new category of challenge for genetic engineers who had previously focused their efforts on terrestrial species. The successful extraction of viable genetic material from mosasaur fossils demonstrated that the techniques developed for cloning land-based dinosaurs could be adapted for marine species, opening possibilities for recreating the oceanic ecosystems of the Mesozoic era. Yet the prospect of resurrecting apex marine predators, whose adult size could exceed that of modern whales, also introduced new dimensions of risk that existing containment technologies were not designed to address. Simon Masrani's decision to promote Dr. Henry Wu to a leadership position within the Jurassic World project in December of 2000 reflected his understanding that success would require not merely the application of existing genetic technologies but the development of entirely new approaches to the challenges of managing and exhibiting resurrected species. Wu's vision of creating hybrid organisms designed for specific purposes aligned perfectly with Masrani's commercial objectives. Wu's elevation to the role of lead architect for Jurassic World marked the beginning of a new phase in de-extinction research, as the scientific principles that had guided Hammond's relatively conservative approach to species resurrection gave way to more aggressive experimentation with genetic modification and enhancement. The creatures that would populate Masrani's theme park would not be faithful recreations of ancient species, but artificial organisms designed to maximize visitor excitement while minimizing operational challenges. The Scorpius Rex project, initiated during this period as Wu's most ambitious attempt at creating entirely new predatory species, represented the ultimate expression of his philosophy that genetic engineering should be used not merely to restore what had been lost, but to create what had never existed. This hybrid creature, combining genetic material from multiple species to achieve characteristics that no single evolutionary lineage had ever developed, embodied both the promise and the peril of Wu's approach to biological design. The instability that characterized the Scorpius Rex and ultimately led to its classification as a failed experiment reflected the fundamental challenges inherent in creating organisms whose genetic structure had never been tested by the rigorous selection pressures of natural evolution. The creature that emerged from Wu's laboratories was undeniably powerful and dangerous, yet it lacked the behavioral consistency and genetic stability that millions of years of evolutionary refinement had provided to naturally evolved species. The decision to freeze rather than destroy the failed Scorpius Rex specimen demonstrated the scientific arrogance that had replaced Hammond's original sense of wonder and responsibility. Where Hammond had viewed each dinosaur as a miracle worthy of protection and respect, Wu and his colleagues treated their creations as experimental subjects whose value lay primarily in the data they could provide for future research projects. The continued experimentation with hybrid creatures on Isle St. Hubert during this period revealed that InGen's research program had expanded far beyond the boundaries of any single facility or any single approach to genetic modification. These remote installations allowed for experiments that were considered too dangerous or too controversial to conduct at primary research sites, while their isolation provided protection from oversight by regulatory authorities or competing corporations. The incident involving the D-Rex pen, where a carelessly discarded candy wrapper caused a system malfunction that resulted in a researcher's death, illustrated how the increasing complexity of genetic engineering projects created new categories of risk that existing safety protocols were not designed to address. The death of the man whose careless actions led to his own demise served as a grim reminder that working with artificially created predators required levels of attention and discipline that exceeded those demanded by any conventional, industrial process. The shutdown of Isle St. Hubert following this incident represented a rare example of InGen exercising appropriate caution in response to clear evidence of unacceptable risk. Yet, the decision to leave the facility's hybrid inhabitants alive rather than destroying them reflected the company's continued inability to acknowledge the full scope of the dangers posed by their genetic experiments. The D-Rex and hybrid velociraptors called mutodons that remained on the abandoned island would eventually pose threats that extended far beyond the boundaries of their isolated prison. The international prohibition on travel to Isle Saint Hubert demonstrated that governmental authorities were beginning to recognize the scope of the challenges posed by InGen's research program, yet these regulatory responses remained reactive rather than proactive, addressing specific incidents rather than the underlying problems that made such incidents inevitable. The pattern of crisis, followed by inadequate response that characterized official reactions to de-extinction emergencies, would continue to repeat itself as the technology spread beyond the control of any single corporation or government. By 2012, Masrani Global had grown impatient with the cautious approach that had characterized the early phases of the Jurassic World project, as investors demanded spectacular attractions that would justify the enormous costs that had been incurred during years of research and development. The pressure to create something new and terrifying reflected both the commercial realities of theme park operation and the fundamental human tendency to seek ever more extreme experiences once initial thrills had become familiar. Simon Masrani's authorization for Wu to begin development of the Indominus Rex project represented a point of no return in the evolution of de-extinction technology, as the company committed itself to creating creatures that were designed not to recreate the past, but to exceed it in every measurable characteristic. The Indominus Rex would be InGen's first officially acknowledged genetically modified hybrid, a creature whose very existence challenged every assumption about the boundaries between natural and artificial life. The development of this ultimate predator required genetic material from multiple species, both extinct and contemporary, combined according to principles that prioritized effectiveness over authenticity and commercial appeal over biological stability. The creature that would eventually emerge from Wu's laboratories would possess capabilities that no single species had ever developed through natural evolution, making it both a testament to human genetic engineering capabilities and a warning about the dangers of creating organisms whose behavior patterns could not be predicted based on any known evolutionary precedents. Parallel to the Indominus Rex project, Vic Hoskins launched the Integrated Behavioral Raptor Intelligence Study, an ambitious program designed to explore the military applications of dinosaur intelligence and pack behavior. Hoskins had risen through InGen's security hierarchy following his successful handling of earlier dinosaur-related emergencies, and his growing influence reflected the company's recognition that their biological assets required management approaches that were fundamentally military rather than scientific in their orientation. The raising and training of 4 velociraptor specimens under Owen Grady's supervision represented an entirely new approach to human-dinosaur relationships, one that acknowledged the intelligence and autonomy of these creatures while attempting to channel their natural capabilities toward objectives that served human purposes. Blue, Charlie, Delta, and Echo were not merely captive animals, but partners in an experimental program that sought to establish cooperation between species separated by 65 million years of evolutionary development. Owen's success in establishing working relationships with these apex predators was achieved through methods that emphasized respect and understanding rather than dominance and control. Yet the ultimate objective of the program remained the weaponization of creatures whose loyalty could never be guaranteed, and whose instincts remained fundamentally incompatible with human military doctrine. The attempt to transform natural pack hunters into disciplined soldiers represented another example of human confidence in their ability to redirect natural forces toward artificial purposes. The return of Lewis Dodgson to a position of leadership within Biosyn Corporation in 2013 marked the re-emergence of the corporate espionage and competitive dynamics that had contributed to the original Jurassic Park. Disaster. Dodgson's appointment as CEO reflected Biosyn's determination to challenge InGen's dominance in de-extinction technologies through whatever means necessary, including the industrial espionage that had proven so effective during the company's earlier confrontations with Hammond's organization. The nearing completion of the Indominus paddock, several years after the project's conception, represented both a triumph of engineering and a monument to human hubris. As the containment facility designed to house Wu's ultimate predator incorporated security measures that exceeded anything previously attempted in the field of dangerous animal management. The walls were reinforced to withstand forces that no natural creature could generate, while monitoring systems provided constant surveillance designed to prevent any repetition of the escape scenarios that had characterized earlier disasters. Yet the very necessity for such elaborate containment measures should have served as a warning about the nature of the creature that would eventually inhabit this artificial environment. The Indominus Rex that was taking shape in Wu's laboratories was not merely a large predator, but a weapon whose capabilities had been deliberately enhanced through genetic modification, creating an organism whose destructive potential exceeded that of any creature that had ever existed through natural evolution. The cannibalistic behavior that the Indominus Rex displayed toward its sibling during the early stages of its development provided clear evidence that Wu's genetic modifications had produced behavioral patterns that fell outside the firm, normal range of even the most aggressive natural predators. The creature's willingness to consume members of its own species suggested that its hunting instincts had been perverted by the genetic tampering that had created it, producing an organism that was fundamentally antisocial and incapable of forming the bonds that characterized even the most solitary prehistoric species. The decision to proceed with the Indominus Rex project, despite clear evidence of its behavioral instability, reflected the extent to which commercial pressures had overcome scientific judgment in the management of Jurassic World's development. Masrani and his advisors were so focused on creating an attraction that would capture public attention and generate massive revenue that they ignored warning signs that should have prompted immediate termination of the entire program. By 2016, the consequences of years of reckless genetic experimentation were beginning to manifest themselves in ways that could no longer be concealed or controlled through corporate public relations strategies. Masrani Global came under increasing scrutiny for violations of the Gene Guard Act, while Dr. Wu faced growing bioethical investigations that threatened to expose the full scope of the hybrid research program that had been conducted in secret for more than a decade. The regulatory challenges that confronted Masrani Global during this period reflected growing international awareness that de-extinction technologies posed threats that extended far beyond the boundaries of any single corporation or nation. Environmental groups, scientific organizations, and governmental agencies began to coordinate their oversight efforts, creating networks of surveillance and enforcement that made it increasingly difficult for companies to conduct genetic research without proper authorization and oversight. Yet even as these external pressures mounted, the internal dynamics of Jurassic World's development continued to accelerate toward the opening date that Masrani had announced to investors and the public. The pressure to meet construction deadlines and operational milestones created an atmosphere of urgency that discouraged careful consideration of safety protocols and risk assessment procedures, while the enormous financial investments that had already been committed made retreat or delay seem unacceptable to corporate leadership. The marketing campaign that accompanied Jurassic World's final preparations promised visitors experiences that would exceed anything available at conventional theme parks or wildlife preserves. Yet, The promotional materials carefully avoided detailed discussion of the safety measures that would be necessary to protect guests from creatures whose behavior remained fundamentally unpredictable despite years of study and observation. The transformation of Isla Nublar from the site of Hammond's failed experiment into the foundation for Masrani's commercial venture required massive construction projects that rivaled major urban development in their scope and complexity. The infrastructure necessary to support hundreds of thousands of annual visitors, while maintaining secure habitats for dozens of dinosaur species, demanded engineering solutions that pushed the boundaries of existing technology. The Main Street complex that formed the heart of the visitor experience was designed to create an atmosphere of nostalgic charm that would put guests at ease, while simultaneously providing them with access to attractions and exhibits that had no precedent in the history of human entertainment. The architecture deliberately evoked the aesthetics of classical theme park design, while incorporating security features that could respond instantly to any threat posed by the prehistoric inhabitants of the island. The Mosasaur Lagoon that would house the massive marine predator represented perhaps the most ambitious single attraction in the entire park, requiring the construction of an artificial ocean environment that could sustain a creature whose adult size would exceed that of modern whales. The engineering challenges involved in creating and maintaining such an environment were staggering, requiring water filtration and circulation systems that operated on scales that had never before been attempted. The feeding demonstrations that were planned for the Mosasaur represented the ultimate expression of Jurassic World's philosophy of transforming genuine natural behaviors into controlled entertainment experiences. The great white sharks that would be lowered into the lagoon as food for the marine predator would provide visitors with spectacular displays of prehistoric hunting behavior, while also demonstrating humanity's complete dominion over forces that had once ruled the ancient oceans. The gyrosphere attraction that allowed visitors to enter dinosaur habitats in supposedly secure, transparent vehicles embodied both the promise and the peril of Masrani's approach to prehistoric tourism. These rolling capsules would provide unprecedented access to living dinosaurs while theoretically protecting their human occupants from any direct contact with potentially dangerous animals. Yet the technology required to ensure this protection remained largely untested under real-world conditions. The development of the Camp Cretaceous program during this period reflected Masrani's understanding that Jurassic World's long-term success would depend upon cultivating new generations of customers who viewed dinosaur encounters as normal and desirable rather than terrifying and dangerous. The overnight camping experience designed for teenage participants would provide intensive exposure to prehistoric creatures under conditions that emphasized adventure and education, while downplaying the very real risks involved. The selection of counselors and safety protocols for Camp Cretaceous demonstrated the extent to which Jurassic World's management had convinced themselves that adequate preparation and proper supervision could eliminate the dangers inherent in bringing children into close contact with creatures whose predatory instincts had been shaped by millions of years of evolutionary arms races. The confidence that Dave and Roxy displayed in their ability to protect their young charges reflected both professional competence and dangerous overconfidence in humanity's ability to predict and control dinosaur behavior. The construction of underground tunnel networks that connected all areas of the park reflected both practical necessity and growing paranoia about the security challenges that large-scale dinosaur exhibition would inevitably create. These passages, designed to allow staff movement without interfering with visitor experiences or dinosaur habitats, also provided potential escape routes if surface facilities became compromised by escaped creatures or system failures. Yet, the very existence of such elaborate contingency measures should have served as a warning about the fundamental instability of any system that required such extensive backup plans and emergency protocols. The assumption that technological solutions could be developed for every potential failure mode reflected the same confidence in human ingenuity that had characterized Hammond's original approach to de-extinction, despite clear evidence that such confidence was misplaced when applied to the management of prehistoric predators. The Carnotaurus, designated as Toro, isolated in quarantine areas away from public view, represented the darker side of Jurassic World's creature collection, as the park's management struggled to deal with animals whose aggression and territorial instincts made them unsuitable for exhibition, yet too valuable to destroy. These problematic specimens were maintained in secure facilities where they could be studied and potentially modified through genetic or behavioral interventions. The creation of attractions that showcase dinosaur intelligence and problem-solving capabilities, while impressive as demonstrations of prehistoric cognitive abilities, also provided these creatures with opportunities to study human behavior and technology in ways that could prove advantageous if they ever found themselves in conflict with their supposed managers. The educational programs that allowed visitors to observe dinosaur learning and adaptation were also providing the dinosaurs with information about human weaknesses and capabilities. Wu's continued development of hybrid species during this period pushed the boundaries of genetic engineering into territories that had never been explored by natural evolution, creating organisms whose characteristics were determined not by millions of years of environmental pressure, but by human imagination, guided by commercial objectives. The creatures that emerged from these experiments were marvels of biological engineering, yet they were also fundamentally artificial beings whose behavior patterns could not be predicted based on any known evolutionary precedents. The growing sophistication of Wu's hybrid research program was reflected in his ability to combine genetic material from species that had never coexisted in nature, creating chimeric organisms that possessed characteristics derived from multiple evolutionary lineages. These genetic combinations produced creatures that were stronger, faster, and more intelligent than their natural ancestors, yet they also created behavioral instabilities that made such organisms impossible to control through conventional animal management techniques. The secrecy that surrounded the most advanced aspects of Wu's research program reflected both the commercial value of the technologies being developed and the recognition that public knowledge of these experiments would provoke regulatory responses that could terminate the entire project. The creation of species that had never existed in nature raised fundamental questions about corporate responsibility and governmental oversight that neither InGen nor its regulatory authorities were prepared to address. The bioethical investigations that began to focus attention on Wu's work during this period represented the first serious attempt by academic and governmental institutions to grapple with the moral implications of creating organisms whose existence served no purpose beyond human entertainment and profit. These inquiries revealed that the scientific community had been largely excluded from oversight of research programs, whose implications extended far beyond the immediate interests of any single corporation. The growing unease among researchers and ethicists who studied Wu's publications and patent applications reflected their recognition that genetic engineering technologies had advanced far beyond the regulatory frameworks that had been designed to govern their application. The creation of hybrid organisms for commercial purposes represented a fundamental departure from the medical and agricultural applications that had formed the original justification for developing genetic modification techniques. As Jurassic World approached its planned opening date, the convergence of technological capability, commercial pressure, and regulatory failure created conditions that virtually guaranteed the repetition of disasters that had characterized all previous attempts at dinosaur exhibition. The park that would soon open its gates to an unsuspecting public was built upon foundations that were as unstable as those that had supported Hammond's original venture, yet the scale of potential catastrophe had been magnified by advances in genetic engineering that had created creatures far more dangerous than anything the ancient world had ever produced. In the deep places of scientific memory, where the lessons of past failures waited to be learned by those who possessed the wisdom to seek them out, the warnings remained unheeded, and the dangers continued to multiply. The stage had been set for confrontations that would test whether the species that had learned to resurrect the ancient world also possessed the wisdom necessary to survive the consequences of their own success. In the summer of 2015, when Jurassic World stood as a testament to humanity's triumph over the forces of extinction and corporate ambition, had transformed prehistoric resurrection into profitable entertainment, 6 young souls arrived upon Isla Nublar, carrying with them the innocence and wonder that adults had long since traded for cynicism and commercial calculation. These teenagers, selected through various means to participate in the Camp Cretaceous program, would witness the final collapse of humanity's illusion of control over the ancient forces they had chosen to resurrect. Darius Bowman, victor of a virtual reality survival game that had tested reflexes and knowledge rather than actual courage, stepped from the transport truck with eyes wide with anticipation for adventures that existed only in his imagination. His encyclopedic knowledge of dinosaur species and behavior, accumulated through years of obsessive study, would prove both invaluable for survival and tragically inadequate for predicting the chaos that was about to engulf the island paradise that Masrani Global had crafted with such meticulous care. Kenji Kon, the privileged son of wealth and influence, approached Camp Cretaceous with the casual arrogance of one who had never encountered obstacles that could not be overcome through family connections and financial resources. His father's position as a major investor in Jurassic World had purchased him access to experiences and knowledge that were denied to ordinary visitors. Yet this very privilege would eventually prove to be a burden that threatened to destroy everything he thought he understood about loyalty and love. Brooklyn, the social media sensation whose career had been built upon creating content that captured attention in an increasingly noisy digital landscape, saw in Jurassic World an opportunity to produce videos and posts that would exceed anything her competitors could offer. Her hunger for spectacular footage would drive her to take risks that no sensible person would consider, yet it would also provide her with the investigative instincts that would uncover secrets that others preferred to keep hidden. Yasmina Fadula, the young athlete whose physical capabilities exceeded those of most adults, had come to Camp Cretaceous seeking challenges that would test her strength and endurance in environments that conventional sports could never provide. Her competitive nature and refusal to acknowledge limitations would repeatedly place her in danger, yet these same characteristics would also enable her to survive trials that would have broken spirits less determined than her own. Ben Pincus, the anxious rule follower, whose every instinct urged caution and compliance with authority, represented everything that Camp Cretaceous was supposedly designed to transform through exposure to adventure and challenge. His fears and hesitations, which appeared to be weaknesses in the controlled environment of the camp, would eventually prove to be survival instincts that had been refined by evolutionary pressures that his more adventurous companions had never experienced. Sammy Gutierrez, whose cheerful demeanor and apparent naivety concealed the burden of family obligations that no child should have been forced to bear, carried with her secrets that connected Camp Cretaceous to corporate machinations that extended far beyond the boundaries of Isla Nublar. Her role as an unwitting spy for Manta Corp, a corporation whose interests in genetic research would eventually prove as destructive as those of InGen itself, made her both victim and inadvertent agent of forces that she could not understand or control. The counselors Dave and Roxy, whose responsibility for protecting these young charges should have been their primary concern, had instead been transformed by corporate culture into entertainers, whose job was to provide exciting experiences rather than ensure absolute safety. Their confidence in the park's security systems and their own ability to handle any emergency that might arise reflected the systematic denial of risk that characterized every level of Jurassic World's operation. The rules that governed Camp Cretaceous participation were designed to provide the illusion of safety while allowing maximum exposure to the prehistoric wonders that formed the park's primary attraction. The prohibition against leaving designated areas after dark was presented as a reasonable precaution rather than an acknowledgement that the island became a hunting ground for nocturnal predators whose activities were beyond human prediction or control. The violation of these rules, which occurred with the inevitability that characterizes teenage responses to adult authority, demonstrated that even the most carefully designed safety protocols became meaningless when they conflicted with natural human curiosity and the desire for adventure that Camp Cretaceous was supposedly designed to satisfy. Darius's decision to explore the restricted areas after nightfall was motivated not by rebellion, but by the same fascination with dinosaurs that had made him an ideal candidate for the program in the first place. The discovery of the Velociraptor enclosure during the campers' unauthorized nighttime expedition provided them with their first direct encounter with predators whose intelligence and capabilities exceeded anything that their theoretical knowledge had prepared them to handle. The raptors that stalked them through the darkness were not the semi-domesticated creatures that Owen Grady had been training, but wild specimens whose pack-hunting strategies had been perfected through millions of years of evolutionary development. The rescue by Dave and Roxy, who arrived just in time to prevent what would certainly have been a massacre, demonstrated both the competence of the camp's staff and the narrow margins by which disaster was being averted on a daily basis throughout Jurassic World's operations. The raw meat that distracted the raptors long enough to allow escape revealed how precarious the balance was between controlled exhibition and uncontrolled predation. The punishment detail that followed, assigning Kenji and Darius to cleaning duties while their companions enjoyed educational tours of Dr. Wu's laboratories, reflected the adults' fundamental failure to understand that the teenagers' rule violations had been motivated by the same interests that the program was designed to foster. The irony of punishing curiosity about dinosaurs in a camp devoted to dinosaur education illustrated the contradictions that characterized every aspect of Jurassic World's educational mission. The underground tunnel network that Kenji revealed to Darius represented one of Jurassic World's most sophisticated infrastructure achievements, allowing movement throughout the park without interfering with visitor experiences or dinosaur habitats. Yet these passages, designed to enhance operational efficiency, also provided access to areas and creatures that were considered too dangerous for public exhibition, including the Carnotaurus designated as Toro, whose isolation reflected the park's ongoing struggles with managing truly dangerous specimens. The encounter with Toro in his subterranean domain demonstrated that the campers' knowledge of dinosaur behavior, however extensive in theoretical terms, was inadequate preparation for dealing with real predators whose size and aggression exceeded anything they had previously imagined. The Carnotaurus that cornered them in the service cage was not a museum exhibit or a documentary subject, but a living weapon whose every movement spoke of predatory efficiency that had been refined through millions of years of successful hunting, Kenji's moment of courage in rescuing Darius from the collapsing gate revealed character depths that his privileged background had concealed. Yet it also left the Carnotaurus with a permanent scar and a focused enmity that would drive future encounters between the beast and the boy who had wounded it. The personal vendetta that developed between Toro and Kenji would eventually become symbolic of the broader conflict between human intelligence and prehistoric instinct that characterized all interactions between the two species. Brooklyn's infiltration of Dr. Wu's private office during the educational tour provided her with access to information that transformed her understanding of what Jurassic World represented beneath its carefully crafted public image. The blueprints for the Indominus Rex that she discovered revealed that the park's most spectacular attraction was not a faithful resurrection of an ancient species, but an artificial creation designed to maximize visitor excitement, regardless of the scientific or ethical implications of such genetic manipulation. The discovery of these documents should have prompted immediate questions about the safety and legality of Wu's research program. Yet, Brooklyn's background as a content creator, rather than a scientist, left her unable to fully comprehend the significance of what she had uncovered. Her training in social media production had prepared her to recognize material that would generate audience engagement, but it had not equipped her with the knowledge necessary to understand the biological and ethical implications of creating hybrid organisms for commercial purposes. Sammy's simultaneous investigation of Wu's facilities, conducted under the pretense of seeking restroom facilities, reflected the industrial espionage mission that she had been unknowingly recruited to perform on behalf of Manticorp. The DNA samples that she collected during these clandestine operations would eventually provide her corporate handlers with the genetic material necessary to establish their own dinosaur research program. Yet her youth and naivety prevented her from understanding the broader implications of her actions. The birth of the baby Ankylosaurus that the campers witnessed in Wu's laboratory provided them with a glimpse of the miracle that genetic resurrection represented, as a creature that had been extinct for millions of years drew its first breath in a world that had forgotten its species had ever existed. The infant's imprinting upon Ben, who happened to be present during its first moments of consciousness, created an emotional bond that would eventually prove stronger than all the technological controls that humans had devised to manage dinosaur behavior. The asymmetrical growth pattern that gave the young Ankylosaurus its distinctive appearance and earned it the name Bumpy reflected the genetic instabilities that characterized many of InGen's cloning successes, as the artificial reconstruction of ancient genomes often produced organisms whose development deviated from normal patterns in subtle but significant ways. These developmental anomalies, while not necessarily harmful to the creatures themselves, served as constant reminders that the dinosaurs of Jurassic World were not perfect recreations of ancient species, but artificial beings whose genetics had been modified by human intervention. The drone surveillance that observed and recorded Sammy's genetic collection activities represented Manticorp's sophisticated intelligence network, which had been monitoring InGen's operations for years in preparation for the corporate espionage campaign that would eventually bring the company into direct conflict with Masrani Global's interests. The ability to conduct covert surveillance within Jurassic World's supposedly secure facilities demonstrated that even the most advanced security systems could be penetrated by adversaries who possessed sufficient resources and determination. Simon Masrani's first personal inspection of the Indominus Rex, the creature that represented the culmination of his investment in genetic resurrection technology, should have provided him with clear warning about the dangers inherent in his approach to dinosaur management. The hybrid predator that he observed in its specially constructed enclosure was not merely a large carnivore, but an artificial organism whose capabilities had been deliberately enhanced beyond anything that natural evolution had ever produced. Owen Grady's involvement in the final safety inspection of the Indominus paddock reflected Masrani's belated recognition that expertise in animal behavior was necessary for evaluating the security of containments designed to hold creatures whose psychology and capabilities remained fundamentally unknown. Owen's experience with velociraptors had taught him to recognize signs of intelligence and planning that conventional animal handlers might miss. Yet even his expertise was inadequate preparation for dealing with a creature whose genetic structure incorporated elements from multiple species that had never coexisted in nature. The thermal camouflage capabilities that the Indominus Rex had inherited from cuttlefish DNA represented one of Wu's most sophisticated achievements in genetic engineering. Yet they also demonstrated the fundamental unpredictability of hybrid organisms whose characteristics could not be anticipated based on knowledge of their component species. The ability to alter skin coloration and heat signature had seemed like an interesting biological novelty during the creature's development, yet it proved to be a crucial advantage that rendered ineffective all the monitoring systems that had been designed to track and control the hybrid's movements. The claw marks discovered on the paddock walls during the inspection should have been recognized as evidence that the Indominus Rex possessed both the intelligence to plan escape attempts and the physical capabilities to implement such plans, yet the pressure to open Jurassic World on schedule prevented adequate investigation of these warning signs. The assumption that the creature was merely testing its boundaries rather than actively seeking freedom reflected the persistent human tendency to interpret dinosaur behavior according to familiar patterns rather than acknowledging their fundamental alienness. The apparent disappearance of the Indominus Rex from thermal monitoring systems triggered a security alert that should have resulted in immediate evacuation of all personnel from potentially dangerous areas. Yet the corporate culture that prioritized operational continuity over safety considerations prevented such prudent responses. The decision to send humans into the paddock to investigate rather than implementing lockdown procedures reflected the same confidence in technological solutions that had characterized every previous disaster in InGen's history. The revelation that the Indominus Rex had not escaped, but was simply hiding, demonstrated the creature's capacity for deception and strategic thinking that exceeded anything documented in natural predators. While the violent attack that followed showed that its enhanced genetics had produced not merely a larger dinosaur, but a fundamentally different kind of organism whose capabilities transcended those of any species that had evolved through natural processes. Owen's narrow escape from the Indominus paddock, achieved through desperate improvisation rather than careful planning, provided the first clear demonstration that conventional animal handling techniques were completely inadequate for dealing with hybrid creatures whose intelligence and capabilities exceeded those of their natural ancestors. His survival was due more to luck and quick thinking than to any systematic understanding of how to manage encounters with artificially enhanced predators. The killing spree that followed the Indominus Rex's escape into the jungle marked the beginning of the end for Jurassic World's carefully maintained illusion of safety and control. The hybrid predator's systematic slaughter of Apatosaurus herds demonstrated that its motivation extended far beyond simple hunger to encompass behaviors that suggested either severe psychological instability or deliberate maliciousness that had been programmed into its genetic structure. The discovery that the Indominus was killing for sport rather than sustenance revealed that Wu's genetic modifications had produced a creature whose behavior patterns fell outside the normal range of even the most aggressive natural predators. This revelation should have prompted immediate reconsideration of the entire hybrid research program. Yet the commercial pressures that drove Jurassic World's operation prevented acknowledgement of problems that could not be solved through purely technical means. The tropical storm that approached Isla Nublar as these events unfolded seemed like a minor complication compared to the security emergency that was developing within the park itself. Yet it would prove to be the catalyst that transformed a manageable crisis into a catastrophic breakdown of every system that Masrani Global had relied upon to maintain order and safety. The decision to continue normal operations despite clear evidence of systemic failure reflected the same dangerous optimism that had characterized Hammond's approach to risk management. Zach and Gray Mitchell's unauthorized exploration of restricted areas during the chaos that followed the Indominus escape demonstrated that even the most carefully designed safety barriers became meaningless when they conflicted with natural human curiosity and the breakdown of normal supervision. Their encounter with the escaped hybrid in the ruins of the original Jurassic Park provided them with a terrifying glimpse of what their aunt's commercial venture had unleashed upon the world. The discovery of the abandoned visitor center from Hammond's original park served as a powerful reminder that corporate amnesia could not erase the lessons of history, while the overgrown facilities spoke eloquently of nature's inevitable triumph over human attempts to impose artificial order upon forces that operated according to their own ancient rhythms. The boys' exploration of these ruins brought them face to face with both the romantic appeal of Hammond's original vision and the stark reality of its ultimate failure. Meanwhile, the Camp Cretaceous participants found themselves thrust into survival situations that their educational program had never been designed to address, as the breakdown of park security systems left them exposed to dangers that should have been impossible within Jurassic World's carefully controlled environment. The counselors who were supposed to protect them had been scattered by emergencies that exceeded their training and capabilities, leaving the teenagers to rely upon their own resources and the knowledge they had accumulated during their brief time on the island. The evacuation of Dr. Wu's laboratory during the crisis revealed the extent to which the park's most sensitive research had been conducted in isolation from normal safety protocols, as scientists abandoned their work to flee from threats that their genetic creations had made possible. The terrified researcher named Eddie, who remained behind during the general exodus, represented the human cost of experiments that had prioritized scientific achievement over personal safety. Eddie's death at the hands of the Indominus Rex during his desperate attempt to escape the island demonstrated that expertise in genetic engineering provided no protection against the creatures that such expertise had created. His birthday celebration, interrupted by a predator whose existence was the direct result of his own laboratory work, served as a grotesque reminder that the relationship between creator and creation was not always one of safety and control. Simon Masrani's decision to personally pilot the helicopter mission against the escaped Indominus Rex reflected both his courage as a leader and his fundamental misunderstanding of the nature of the threat that his company had created. The belief that aerial superiority would provide decisive advantage over a ground-based predator was based on military principles that had been developed for conflicts between human adversaries, rather than encounters with creatures whose capabilities exceeded those of any natural animal. The Indominus Rex's destruction of the aviary during its confrontation with Masrani's helicopter was not merely an act of defensive violence, but a demonstration of the creature's ability to adapt its tactics to exploit weaknesses in human technology and strategy. The release of the pteranodons that followed served as a multiplier effect that transformed a single escaped predator into multiple airborne threats that exceeded the park's ability to contain or control. The death of Simon Masrani in the helicopter crash marked the end of another visionary leader whose ambitions had exceeded his wisdom, yet it also represented the collapse of the last institutional authority that might have been capable of restoring order to the deteriorating situation. With Masrani gone, operational control of Jurassic World passed to subordinates whose training and experience had not prepared them for managing emergencies of this magnitude. The pteranodon attacks that followed the aviary breach brought prehistoric terror into areas of the park that had been considered absolutely safe, as flying predators descended upon visitors who had no means of escape or protection from aerial assault. The death of Zara Young, Claire Deering's assistant, who was snatched from the ground and fed to the mosasaur in front of horrified spectators, provided graphic demonstration that no area of the park was truly secure once the containment systems had failed. The systematic breakdown of Jurassic World's security infrastructure during these critical hours revealed the extent to which the park's apparent safety had been maintained through technological systems rather than genuine understanding of dinosaur behavior and capabilities. When these systems failed, either through direct damage or loss of power, the humans who remained on the island found themselves as vulnerable as their ancestors had been during the age when such creatures ruled the earth. The campers' desperate flight toward the evacuation boats demonstrated both their resourcefulness in adapting to rapidly changing circumstances and the inadequacy of their preparation for surviving in environments where every shadow might conceal a predator and every sound might herald an attack. Their encounter with the mosasaur, during their attempt to reach safety by water, revealed that the dangers posed by resurrected species extended into marine environments where human capabilities were even more limited than on land. The revelation that Toro had been freed by the Indominus Rex rather than killed provided evidence of the complex social dynamics that existed among prehistoric predators. As the hybrid's partial Carnotaurus DNA had established dominance relationships that superseded the territorial conflicts that would normally have resulted in combat between such powerful carnivores. This unexpected alliance between artificially created and naturally resurrected species demonstrated that genetic engineering could produce effects that extended far beyond the immediate characteristics that researchers had intended to modify. Ben's fall from the monorail during the pteranodon attack seemed to represent the ultimate tragedy of young life lost to forces that should never have been unleashed. Yet his apparent death also marked the beginning of a transformation that would eventually prove him to be the most capable survivor among all the Camp Cretaceous participants. The assumption that his small size and anxious temperament made him unsuitable for survival in hostile environments would prove to be as mistaken as every other prediction that adults had made about the capabilities of young people. The full-scale war that erupted within Jurassic World as military assets were deployed against the escaped dinosaurs represented the culmination of decades of militaristic thinking about the management of dangerous species. Yet it also demonstrated the futility of applying conventional military doctrine to conflicts with opponents whose capabilities and motivations fell outside the parameters of human strategic planning. The asset containment unit that was deployed against the Indominus Rex was equipped with weapons and tactics designed for human adversaries rather than enhanced prehistoric predators. Vic Hoskins' assumption of operational command following Masrani's death marked the triumph of militaristic approaches to dinosaur management over the scientific and educational philosophies that had originally motivated the resurrection of extinct species. His decision to deploy trained velociraptors against the escaped Indominus Rex represented the fulfillment of his long-held vision of weaponizing dinosaur intelligence and capabilities for human military purposes. The betrayal of the velociraptors, who abandoned their human handlers to join their genetically related cousin, demonstrated that artificial training and conditioning could not overcome the deeper genetic bonds that connected creatures sharing common DNA sequences. The raptor's recognition of the Indominus Rex as kin rather than enemy revealed that Wu's genetic engineering had created connections and loyalties that extended beyond the immediate characteristics that researchers had intended to modify. Owen Grady's desperate attempt to re-establish control over his trained raptors showed both the strength of the bonds he had forged with these creatures and the fundamental limitations of any relationship based upon human authority over beings whose intelligence and capabilities approached or exceeded those of their supposed trainers. His success in briefly regaining their loyalty demonstrated that respect and understanding could indeed influence dinosaur behavior, yet it also revealed how fragile such relationships were when tested by competing genetic imperatives. Claire Deering's decision to release Rexy as a weapon against the Indominus Rex represented the ultimate admission that human technology and planning had failed to provide adequate responses to the crisis that genetic engineering had created. The act of deliberately freeing the park's most dangerous predator in the hope that ancient territorial instincts would override the hybrid's artificial enhancements was both an act of desperation and a recognition that natural forces might succeed where human intervention had failed. The battle between Rexy and the Indominus Rex provided visitors and staff with a terrifying glimpse of conflicts that had raged during the Mesozoic era, when apex predators had competed for dominance through violence that was swift, brutal, and decisive. Yet this was not merely a recreation of ancient struggles, but a confrontation between natural evolution and artificial enhancement, between a creature that had been shaped by millions of years of environmental pressure and one whose characteristics had been designed by human intelligence guided by commercial objectives. The intervention of Blue, the velociraptor whose training had created genuine loyalty to Owen Grady, demonstrated that the bonds between species could transcend the genetic manipulations that had created artificial connections, while her willingness to assist Rexy against their common enemy showed that dinosaur social intelligence could adapt to circumstances that had never existed during their species' original evolutionary history. The final appearance of the mosasaur, bursting from its lagoon to drag the defeated Indominus Rex to its death in the depths below, provided a spectacular conclusion to the battle, while also revealing that even the park's marine attractions possessed capabilities that exceeded their creators' ability to predict or control. The massive predator's intervention was not the result of human planning, but represented natural opportunism that had seized upon chaos to satisfy ancient hunting instincts. The evacuation that followed Jurassic World's collapse proceeded with the efficiency that emergency planning could provide. Yet it also left behind evidence of how quickly human civilization could be overwhelmed by forces that it had created but could not control. The families that were reunited on the mainland carried with them memories of experiences that challenged every assumption about humanity's relationship with the natural world and its extinct representatives. Yet not all of the young visitors would be so fortunate in their escape from the island, for the Camp Cretaceous participants found themselves abandoned by evacuation procedures that had not accounted for teenagers who were separated from their designated supervisors during the chaos of the general emergency. Their discovery that they were alone on an island, overrun by creatures whose behavior had been destabilized by the breakdown of all human management systems, transformed their educational adventure into a test of survival that would require them to adapt to conditions that no human beings had ever faced before. The decision by the 6 stranded campers to work together for their mutual survival represented both the triumph of human cooperation over adversity and the beginning of an extended trial that would test their individual and collective capabilities in ways that no educational program could have prepared them to handle. Their commitment to supporting each other through whatever challenges lay ahead would prove to be their greatest asset in the ordeal that was about to unfold. Ben's survival of his fall from the monorail, though unknown to his companions who mourned him as dead, marked the beginning of a transformation that would eventually reveal him to be the most capable survivor among all the campers. His discovery by Bumpy, the young Ankylosaurus whose imprinting had created an emotional bond that transcended species boundaries, provided him with both companionship and protection during the lonely weeks when he believed himself to be the only human left alive on the island. The daily routine that Ben established for himself during his isolation demonstrated that human adaptability could indeed enable survival in environments where technological advantages were absent. Yet it also showed that such survival required fundamental changes in personality and outlook that transformed individuals in ways that might not be entirely beneficial. The shy and anxious boy who had fallen from the monorail was gradually replaced by someone harder and more capable, yet also more isolated from the emotional connections that had previously defined his identity. The confrontation with Toro that marked Ben's transformation from frightened child to capable survivor was both a personal victory and a symbolic triumph of human intelligence over brute force, yet it also demonstrated that such victories came at costs that could not be measured in simple terms of success or failure. The boy who stood toe-to-toe with a Carnotaurus was no longer the same person who had arrived at Camp Cretaceous seeking adventure and education. As the other campers struggled to establish their own survival routines in the ruins of the main camp, they began to develop the skills and relationships that would sustain them through the extended ordeal that lay ahead. Their discovery of the distress beacon hidden within a Tyrannosaurus nest provided them with their first real hope of rescue. Yet the location of this crucial device also demonstrated that every potential solution to their problems would require them to risk encounters with creatures whose tolerance for human presence could not be predicted or relied upon. The activation of the beacon represented both a triumph of teenage determination over seemingly impossible obstacles and the beginning of a waiting period that would test their patience and resolve in ways that immediate dangers had not. The hope of rescue that the signal provided was balanced by the recognition that their salvation depended upon the actions of adults who might not possess either the knowledge or the capability necessary to extract them from their predicament. The reconstruction of their base camp in the ruins of the original Camp Cretaceous facilities provided the survivors with both practical shelter and psychological comfort as they worked together to create a semblance of normal life in conditions that were anything but normal. Their efforts to establish routines and maintain morale demonstrated the resilience of human nature when confronted with challenges that exceeded all previous experience. The expedition to recover medical supplies from abandoned park facilities brought the campers into contact with the Baryonyx family, whose territorial conflicts provided both danger and opportunity. As the teenagers learned to exploit the social dynamics among dinosaur species to create diversions and escape routes that pure speed or strength could never have provided. Their growing understanding of dinosaur behavior was gained through direct observation and experience rather than theoretical study, providing them with knowledge that even professional animal behaviorists had never acquired. The discovery of the hidden genetics laboratory with its cryptic references to Project E750 provided the first hint that InGen's research program had extended far beyond the publicly acknowledged species that populated Jurassic World's official attractions. The existence of classified projects that were too dangerous or too controversial to acknowledge, even within the company's internal documentation, suggested that the teenagers had stumbled upon evidence of experiments that threatened to make their current predicament seem manageable by comparison. The appearance of the mysterious campfire that vanished before they could investigate it properly introduced an element of uncertainty that transformed their understanding of their situation from a simple matter of surviving alone on a dangerous island to a more complex scenario involving other human presences whose intentions and capabilities remained unknown. The possibility that other people shared their predicament was both hopeful and terrifying, for such individuals might prove to be either allies or additional threats in an environment where trust had become a luxury that few could afford. The encounter with Mitch, Tiff, and Hap, who presented themselves as eco-tourists, seeking the same kind of adventure that had originally motivated the Camp Cretaceous program, should have provided the campers with the adult supervision and assistance they desperately needed. Yet the revelation that these apparent rescuers were actually hunters, whose interest in dinosaurs was limited to their value as trophies, transformed hope into horror and demonstrated that human predators could be as dangerous as prehistoric ones. The hunters' plan to slaughter every dinosaur at the island's central watering hole represented a systematic approach to extinction that exceeded even the casual destruction that had characterized the Indominus Rex's rampage. Their sophisticated equipment and professional expertise made them far more effective killers than any natural predator, while their complete lack of respect for the creatures they hunted revealed the depths to which human nature could sink when guided by nothing more than greed and the desire for trophies. The campers' successful defense of the watering hole demonstrated that teenage resourcefulness and determination could indeed overcome adult planning and superior equipment when motivated by genuine care for creatures that had been dismissed as mere targets by those who saw them only as potential profits. Their coordination of dinosaur movements and exploitation of the hunters' overconfidence showed that youth and inexperience could sometimes provide advantages that maturity and expertise could not match. The poetic justice that claimed both Mitch and Tiff during their final confrontation with the island's dinosaur population provided satisfying resolution to the hunter's arc, while also demonstrating that the natural world possessed its own forms of justice that operated according to principles that human legal systems could never adequately address. The deaths of these professional killers at the hands of creatures they had sought to exploit served as reminders that hubris and cruelty would eventually be answered by forces that recognized no human authority or legal protection. The power outage that followed the hunters' defeat seemed like a minor technical problem compared to the life and death struggles that the campers had recently survived. Yet the failure of electrical systems that maintained containment for the park's most dangerous specimens would prove to have consequences that exceeded anything they had yet experienced. In the frozen laboratory where Project E750 had been stored, the loss of refrigeration systems allowed the Scorpius Rex to begin the process of awakening that would soon transform their already dangerous situation into something approaching a nightmare beyond human comprehension. In the deep places of memory, where the echoes of Rexy's triumphant roar still reverberated through abandoned halls, and the genetic codes of hybrid monsters waited to express themselves in forms that their creators had never intended, the stage was being set for confrontations that would test whether human intelligence and teenage determination could overcome the consequences of adult folly and corporate greed. In the year 2017, when the world had grown accustomed to the existence of dinosaurs as curiosities confined to distant islands and corporate facilities, the Earth itself began to stir with movements that would force humanity to confront the consequences of their genetic resurrections on a scale that no previous crisis had approached. Deep beneath Isla Nublar, tectonic forces that had slumbered for centuries were awakening with the slow majesty of geological time, yet their effects upon the world above would prove as sudden and devastating as any catastrophe in human history. The Costa Rican Institute of Volcanology released their bombshell report with the clinical detachment that characterized scientific institutions delivering news that would transform the understanding of an entire situation Yet the implications of their findings struck those who comprehended them with the force of physical blows. Mount Sibo, the volcanic peak that had given Isla Nublar its name and had been assumed to be dormant since the island's discovery by Spanish explorers, was showing unmistakable signs of renewed activity that suggested an eruption of catastrophic proportions was not merely possible but inevitable. The seismic data that supported these conclusions painted a picture of subterranean forces building toward release with the inexorable patience of natural processes that operated according to timescales that dwarfed human planning. Horizons, deep underground, magma chambers that had been slowly filling for decades were approaching the pressure thresholds that would trigger explosive release, while tectonic shifts were creating new pathways for molten rock to reach the surface with devastating effect. The scientific community's response to these revelations was divided between those who counseled immediate action and those who urged caution based on the inherent uncertainties involved in predicting volcanic behavior. Some researchers argued that the evidence of increasing activity was insufficient to justify the massive costs and logistical challenges that would be required to evacuate all human and dinosaur populations from the island, while others insisted that the potential consequences of inaction were too terrible to risk. Claire Deering, whose experience during Jurassic World's collapse had transformed her from a corporate executive focused on operational efficiency into an advocate for the welfare of creatures whose existence she had once viewed primarily in terms of their commercial value, founded the Dinosaur Protection Group in response to governmental inaction and corporate indifference. Her organization represented the first systematic attempt to address the welfare of resurrected species as a moral imperative, rather than merely a legal or economic consideration. The testimony that Dr. Ian Malcolm delivered before congressional committees tasked with determining the federal government's response to the volcanic threat carried with it the weight of decades of experience with the consequences of genetic resurrection. Yet his warnings were received with the same skepticism and institutional resistance that had characterized official responses to his earlier attempts to alert the world to the dangers posed by InGen's experiments. Malcolm's argument that the dinosaurs should be allowed to face extinction once again rather than risk the ecological chaos that would result from their introduction into modern ecosystems reflected both scientific understanding of the potential consequences and philosophical acceptance that some mistakes could not be corrected without creating even greater problems. His position was scientifically sound yet morally complex, for it required accepting the death of creatures whose existence was itself a testament to human creativity and determination. The congressional decision to refuse funding for any rescue mission reflected both fiscal conservatism and the persistent official denial that resurrected dinosaurs represented anything more than exotic animals whose welfare was the responsibility of their corporate owners rather than the international community. This governmental abandonment of responsibility for creatures whose existence had been made possible by technologies that transcended national boundaries would prove to be a decision with consequences that extended far beyond the immediate fate of Isla Nublar's prehistoric population. Sir Benjamin Lockwood's emergence as a private sponsor for dinosaur rescue operations represented both a link to the original vision that had motivated genetic resurrection and an opportunity to approach the crisis from perspectives that were not constrained by governmental bureaucracy or corporate profit calculations. Lockwood's vast personal fortune and his historical connection to the origins of de-extinction technology made him uniquely qualified to fund operations that official institutions had deemed too expensive or too dangerous to undertake. The estate where Lockwood had spent his declining years was itself a monument to the early dreams of genetic resurrection, filled with artifacts and documents that chronicled the development of technologies that had transformed science fiction into scientific reality. His partnership with Hammond in the pioneering days of InGen had been built upon shared wonder at the possibilities inherent in genetic engineering, yet the years that followed had taught him lessons about the dangers of unchecked scientific ambition that his former partner had never fully absorbed. Eli Mills, Lockwood's assistant who had gradually assumed control over the aging billionaire's business affairs, possessed the organizational skills and ruthless determination necessary to coordinate complex operations involving multiple corporate entities and governmental jurisdictions. Yet his motivations extended far beyond the charitable impulses that had prompted Lockwood's involvement in dinosaur rescue, encompassing personal ambitions that would eventually reveal themselves to be as destructive as any that had driven previous antagonists in the ongoing saga of genetic resurrection. The private funding that Lockwood provided for the rescue mission came with conditions that reflected both genuine concern for dinosaur welfare and the practical requirements of operations that would need to be conducted without official governmental support or oversight. The stipulation that Owen Grady be recruited for the mission acknowledged that success would require expertise in dinosaur behavior that was possessed by very few individuals who had survived direct encounters with these creatures under hostile conditions. Owen's initial reluctance to become involved in another operation that would bring him into contact with dangerous dinosaurs was overcome by the appeal to his emotional connections with Blue, the velociraptor whose training had created bonds that transcended the normal relationships between humans and animals. His unique position as perhaps the only person who had established genuine communication and cooperation with an apex predator made him indispensable for any mission that hoped to locate and capture specific individuals within wild dinosaur populations. The revelation of video footage showing Owen's work with infant raptors provided powerful evidence of the emotional bonds that could develop between humans and dinosaurs when relationships were built upon mutual respect rather than domination and exploitation. These recordings demonstrated that the creatures that others viewed as monsters or weapons were capable of forming genuine attachments to humans who treated them with understanding and care. The assembly of the rescue team that would accompany Claire and Owen to Isla Nublar reflected both the specialized expertise required for operations involving dangerous wildlife and the limited pool of individuals who possessed both the necessary skills and the willingness to risk their lives for creatures that most people viewed as expensive mistakes that should have been allowed to remain extinct. Zia Rodriguez, the paleo-veterinarian whose medical training had been specifically focused on treating species that had been extinct for millions of years, represented the emergence of entirely new professional specializations that had developed in response to the challenges created by genetic resurrection. Her expertise in dinosaur physiology and pathology made her uniquely qualified to provide medical care for creatures whose biological systems had never been documented by modern science. Franklin Webb, the computer systems specialist, whose expertise in park operations would prove crucial for navigating the technological infrastructure that still functioned within Jurassic World's abandoned facilities, carried with him knowledge of security systems and operational protocols that could mean the difference between success and catastrophe for a mission operating in hostile territory without official support. The arrival of the rescue team on Isla Nublar revealed an island that had been transformed by the absence of human management into something that more closely approximated natural ecosystems. Yet the evidence of recent volcanic activity served as a constant reminder that time was running out for any creatures that remained within the danger zone. The balance between natural beauty and imminent destruction created an atmosphere of urgency that drove every decision and action during the critical hours that followed. The full-scale military operation that the rescue team discovered already in progress on the island represented corporate interests that extended far beyond the charitable rescue mission that Lockwood had funded, as Ken Wheatley's mercenary forces conducted systematic capture operations designed to extract maximum value from the island's dinosaur population before volcanic activity made such operations impossible. Wheatley's background as a professional big game hunter had prepared him to deal with dangerous animals under challenging conditions. Yet his approach to dinosaur capture was characterized by the same fundamental misunderstanding that had plagued every previous attempt to manage resurrected species through conventional animal handling techniques. His confidence in his ability to control situations through superior firepower and tactical planning would prove to be as misplaced as similar assumptions made by his predecessors. The reunion between Owen and Blue in the ruins of the original Jurassic Park provided a moment of genuine emotional connection that transcended the commercial and scientific interests that had motivated every other aspect of the rescue operation. The bond between the human trainer and the velociraptor had survived years of separation and the traumatic experiences that both had endured during Jurassic World's collapse, demonstrating that authentic relationships could indeed develop between species, despite the vast evolutionary distances that separated them. Yet this reunion was immediately corrupted by the intervention of Wheatley's forces, whose ambush of Blue revealed that the rescue mission had been compromised from the beginning by interests that viewed the dinosaurs not as creatures deserving of protection but as valuable assets to be harvested and exploited. The wounding of Blue during the capture attempt demonstrated both the violence inherent in such operations and the personal cost that would be extracted from anyone who opposed them. The eruption of Mount Sibo transformed what had been a tense but manageable operation into a catastrophic race against time, as volcanic forces that had been building for months suddenly reached the critical threshold that triggered explosive release. The pyroclastic flows and lava bombs that began to rain down upon the island created conditions that threatened all life regardless of species, size, or evolutionary advantages. Owen's paralysis following his exposure to tranquilizer agents left him helpless in the face of volcanic destruction that approached with the relentless advance of natural forces that recognized no distinction between friend and enemy, human and dinosaur, valuable specimen and worthless debris. His encounter with the curious Sinoceratops during these moments of vulnerability demonstrated that even herbivorous dinosaurs possessed the intelligence to recognize distress in other species, yet their compassion could provide only limited assistance to creatures whose physiological requirements they could not understand. The stampede of terrified dinosaurs fleeing the advancing destruction provided visitors to Isla Nublar with their final glimpse of the majesty that had motivated genetic resurrection, as creatures from the ancient world demonstrated the same desperate will to survive that had enabled their ancestors to dominate the Earth for more than 160 million years. Yet this display of natural terror and determination was also a reminder that the forces driving these creatures were fundamentally beyond human understanding or control. Claire and Franklin's survival within the submerged gyrosphere, as volcanic destruction raged above them, represented both the effectiveness of Jurassic World's safety technologies when properly utilized, and the narrow margins by which human life was preserved during encounters with natural forces that operated on scales beyond human comprehension. Their rescue by Owen demonstrated that heroism and determination could indeed overcome seemingly impossible obstacles, yet it also revealed how dependent such survival was upon chance factors that no amount of planning could guarantee. The capture of the surviving dinosaurs by Wheatley's forces proceeded with mechanical efficiency, even as volcanic destruction consumed the island around them, demonstrating that commercial interests could maintain their focus on profit extraction, even in the face of natural disasters that threatened all life in the region. The sight of Rexy and other magnificent creatures being loaded into transport containers, like cargo, revealed the extent to which corporate perspectives had reduced living beings to mere commodities. The departure of the Arcadia from Isla Nublar's harbour, as the island disappeared beneath ash and molten rock, marked both the end of an era and the beginning of new chapters in the ongoing saga of genetic resurrection. The image of a lone brachiosaurus standing at the abandoned dock, calling out in distress as volcanic destruction overwhelmed the island, provided a heartbreaking symbol of the cost that the pursuit of scientific achievement and commercial profit had extracted from creatures whose only crime had been to accept the gift of life that humans had chosen to grant them. The arrival of the transport ship at the Northern California coast should have marked the successful completion of a humanitarian rescue mission. Yet the true nature of the operation that Lockwood had inadvertently funded was revealed through Eli Mills's betrayal of every principle that had motivated the original rescue proposal. The dinosaurs that had been saved from volcanic destruction were destined not for the sanctuary that had been promised, but for auction to the highest bidders in a sale that would scatter them across the globe to face fates that were potentially worse than the natural death they had escaped. The illegal auction conducted in the basement of Lockwood Manor represented the ultimate corruption of the vision that had originally motivated genetic resurrection, as creatures that embodied millions of years of evolutionary development were reduced to luxury goods to be purchased by wealthy collectors, whose interest in them extended no further than their value as exotic possessions or potential weapons. Gunnar Eversol's presentation of living dinosaurs to an audience of international bidders transformed scientific miracles into commercial transactions, while the enthusiasm of purchasers who viewed these creatures as investments or trophies demonstrated the extent to which human perspectives on resurrected species had been corrupted by the commercial frameworks within which they had been presented to the world. The Indoraptor that served as the auction's featured attraction represented the culmination of Dr. Wu's research into hybrid organisms, yet its presentation as a prototype weapon rather than a scientific achievement revealed how completely the original wonder and respect that had motivated genetic resurrection had been replaced by militaristic thinking about the applications of enhanced biological capabilities. Wu's warnings about the Indoraptor's behavioral instabilities and his insistence that the creature was not ready for commercial deployment were ignored by auction organizers, whose focus on immediate profits prevented them from acknowledging the long-term consequences of releasing uncontrolled hybrid predators into environments where they could establish breeding populations or pass their genetic modifications to other species. The laser-guided targeting system that made the Indoraptor potentially useful as a weapon also made it fundamentally different from any natural predator, as its hunting behavior could be directed by external signals rather than internal instincts that had been refined by millions of years of evolutionary development. This technological enhancement of natural capabilities created a creature that was simultaneously more controllable and more dangerous than any species that had evolved through natural processes. The chaos that erupted when Owen released the Stygimoloch into the auction hall demonstrated that even herbivorous dinosaurs possessed capabilities that could overwhelm human security measures when they were motivated by stress or territorial instincts. The stampede that followed revealed how quickly controlled situations could deteriorate into unmanageable catastrophes when the behavioral assumptions underlying security planning proved to be incorrect. Ken Wheatley's attempt to harvest a trophy tooth from the tranquilized Indoraptor represented the same combination of greed and overconfidence that had characterized human interactions with dangerous dinosaurs since the very beginning of the genetic resurrection program. His assumption that the creature was safely unconscious revealed a fatal misunderstanding of hybrid intelligence and the deceptive capabilities that Wu's genetic modifications had enhanced beyond natural levels. The Indoraptor's methodical stalking and killing of the auction participants demonstrated that Wu's genetic engineering had produced not merely a larger predator, but a creature whose hunting strategies combined natural instincts with artificial enhancements in ways that made it uniquely effective at eliminating human prey. Its apparent enjoyment of the terror it inflicted suggested psychological characteristics that exceeded even the most aggressive natural predators in their capacity for calculated cruelty. The revelation that Maisie Lockwood was herself a clone, created using the same technologies that had brought dinosaurs back to life, transformed the entire moral framework within which the auction's activities could be understood. Her existence as an artificial being whose life had been created through genetic manipulation made her both a symbol of the possibilities inherent in resurrection technology and a victim of the same exploitation that threatened every other cloned organism. The parallel between Maisie's situation and that of the dinosaurs being sold at auction revealed that the ethical problems created by genetic resurrection extended beyond questions of animal welfare to encompass fundamental issues about the nature of life itself and the rights of artificially created beings. Her status as both human and clone made her uniquely qualified to understand the perspectives of creatures whose existence challenged every conventional category of biological classification. The Indoraptor's pursuit of Maisie through Lockwood Manor demonstrated that the creature's hunting behavior was guided not merely by hunger or territorial instincts, but by genetic programming that had been designed to target specific types of prey. The hybrid's focus on the human child suggested that Wu's modifications had included behavioral elements that made it particularly effective at eliminating witnesses to corporate activities that required absolute secrecy. The destruction of Dr. Wu's laboratory and the loss of crucial genetic data represented both a setback for hybrid research programs and a potential salvation for species that might otherwise have been subjected to similar genetic manipulations. The explosion that consumed years of research and development work was caused by the very violence that such research had made possible, as the creatures created through genetic engineering turned their artificial capabilities against the facilities that had brought them into existence. Franklin's race to restore power before hydrogen cyanide could suffocate the captive dinosaurs provided a moment of heroism that demonstrated how individual actions could mean the difference between salvation and catastrophe for creatures whose welfare depended entirely upon technological systems that they could neither understand nor control. His success in preventing a mass poisoning showed that human compassion could indeed overcome the indifference and cruelty that characterized corporate approaches to dinosaur management. The final confrontation between the Indoraptor and Blue in Maisie's bedroom represented more than a battle between predators, but a conflict between artificial enhancement and natural evolution, between creatures whose capabilities had been designed by human intelligence and those whose characteristics had been shaped by millions of years of environmental pressure. Blue's willingness to risk her life to protect human allies demonstrated that genuine relationships could indeed transcend species boundaries when they were built upon mutual respect and understanding. The destruction of the Indoraptor, through its own violent momentum, impaled upon the horns of an ancient skeleton, in a death that combined poetic justice with practical resolution, provided satisfying closure to the threat posed by Wu's most dangerous creation, while also serving as a symbol of how natural forces could eventually overcome even the most sophisticated artificial enhancements. Claire's hesitation before the button that would release all captive dinosaurs into the wild world represented one of the most consequential decisions in the history of genetic resurrection, as she grappled with the recognition that her choice would determine whether resurrected species would remain confined to controlled environments or would spread throughout global ecosystems, with unpredictable consequences for all life on Earth. The moment of paralysis that gripped Claire as she contemplated the implications of her decision reflected the weight of responsibility that fell upon individuals whose actions would affect not merely their immediate circumstances, but the entire future relationship between humanity and the natural world. Her understanding that releasing the dinosaurs would fundamentally alter the balance of global ecosystems was balanced against her recognition that allowing them to die in captivity would represent a betrayal of every principle that had motivated their rescue. Maisie's intervention, pressing the button that her adult guardian could not bring herself to activate, represented both childish innocence and profound wisdom, as the young clone acted upon instincts that recognize kinship with other artificially created beings. Regardless of the broader consequences that such recognition might entail, her simple declaration that the dinosaurs deserved freedom because they were alive like herself provided a moral clarity that the complex ethical calculations of adults had failed to achieve. The release of dinosaurs into the California wilderness marked the end of humanity's illusion that genetic resurrection could be contained within controlled environments indefinitely, as creatures that had been confined to islands and facilities for decades suddenly found themselves free to explore and colonize ecosystems that had evolved without any consideration of their potential presence. Eli Mills's attempt to preserve genetic material from the destroyed Indominus Rex for future hybrid projects was motivated by the same commercial thinking that had transformed dinosaur welfare into profit opportunities. Yet his death at the jaws of Rexy provided a demonstration that natural justice could indeed overcome human scheming when the stakes became personal rather than merely financial. The symbolic destruction of the Indominus Rex bone fragments beneath Rexy's massive foot represented nature's rejection of human attempts to improve upon evolutionary designs that had already achieved perfection through millions of years of natural selection. The Tyrannosaurus's casual dismissal of the hybrid remains suggested that authentic creatures possessed an instinctive understanding of the artificial nature of genetically modified organisms and the threats they pose to natural order. Blue's final rejection of Owen's offer to return to captivity demonstrated that genuine freedom, once experienced, could not be traded for security and comfort, regardless of the affection that might exist between captor and captive. Her disappearance into the Californian wilderness represented both the success of the rescue mission in preserving dinosaur life and its failure to maintain human control over creatures whose independence had been purchased at the cost of global ecological stability. The Senate testimony that Ian Malcolm delivered in the aftermath of the Lockwood Manor incident served as both warning and prophecy, as his words about the fundamental transformation of global ecosystems echoed across a world that was only beginning to understand the implications of sharing the planet with creatures from entirely different geological eras. The integration of dinosaurs into modern ecosystems proceeded with the gradual inevitability of natural processes that could not be reversed or controlled through human intervention, as species that had been absent from the Earth for 65 million years began to re-establish their positions within food webs and ecological relationships that had evolved without any consideration of their potential participation. The sighting of a Brachiosaurus moving through urban environments provided the public with its first clear evidence that the age of containment was over and the age of coexistence had begun. whether humanity was prepared for such coexistence or not. The massive herbivores' presence in areas that had been designed exclusively for human habitation represented a fundamental challenge to assumptions about the separation between civilized and wild spaces. News coverage of dinosaur encounters around the world revealed the global scope of the transformation that was taking place, as creatures that had escaped from various facilities or had been deliberately released began to establish themselves in environments that offered the resources necessary for their survival. From Hawaii to Las Vegas, from national parks to urban centers, reports accumulated of sightings that confirmed the worst fears of those who had warned against the release of prehistoric species into modern ecosystems. The mosasaur attack in Hawaiian waters demonstrated that marine environments were not exempt from the ecological disruption that terrestrial dinosaur releases had created, as the massive predator that had escaped from Jurassic World's lagoon began to establish hunting territories in Pacific waters, where its presence threatened both marine ecosystems and human maritime activities. The 15-ton mass of the mosasaur made it virtually impossible to contain or control through conventional means, while its intelligence and adaptability enabled it to learn and exploit the behavioral patterns of modern marine life in ways that had never been documented or predicted by researchers who had studied its ancient feeding habits based on fossil evidence alone. The protests that erupted in Washington and other capitals around the world reflected growing public awareness that governmental authorities had lost control over forces that their policies and regulations had helped to create, while demands for legal rights for dinosaurs represented the emergence of entirely new categories of ethical and legal thinking about the status of artificially created life forms. The family breakfast scene that concluded this phase of the timeline, with children excitedly discussing their desire to see dinosaurs in person, while their parents struggled to maintain normal routines in a world that had been fundamentally transformed by genetic resurrection, captured both the wonder and the terror that characterized humanity's new relationship with forces that they had unleashed, but could never again contain or control. The father's secret work for the Department of Wildlife, revealed through his response to emergency calls that had become routine aspects of government service in the age of dinosaur coexistence, demonstrated how completely the integration of prehistoric species into modern ecosystems had transformed both professional responsibilities and family life. For those whose jobs brought them into contact with creatures that previous generations had known only through fossil evidence and museum displays, in the deep places of memory, where the echoes of ancient roars now mingled with the sounds of modern civilization, and the genetic codes of hybrid monsters waited to express themselves in forms that their creators had never intended. The stage was being set for confrontations that would determine whether humanity possessed the wisdom necessary to survive in a world where they were no longer the only intelligent species capable of reshaping environments according to their own needs and desires. In the years that followed the Great Dispersal from Lockwood Manor, when dinosaurs had begun to establish themselves in ecosystems that had evolved without any consideration of their presence, humanity found itself confronting challenges that extended far beyond the immediate problems of coexistence with prehistoric predators. The genetic technologies that had made resurrection possible had also enabled the creation of threats that operated on scales that dwarfed even the most catastrophic dinosaur encounters. As corporate ambition sought new applications for the power to manipulate life itself at its most fundamental levels, the plague of genetically engineered locusts that began to manifest itself across agricultural regions throughout the world represented the fulfillment of Dr. Henry Wu's vision of creating organisms designed to serve specific human purposes. Yet the implementation of this vision revealed the same disregard for unintended consequences that had characterized every previous application of genetic resurrection technology. These insects, modified to possess capabilities that no natural species had ever developed, were deployed as weapons in an economic war that would determine which corporations would control the global food supply. Biosyn Corporation's orchestration of this ecological warfare demonstrated that the competitive dynamics that had driven corporate espionage during the early days of dinosaur cloning had evolved into systematic attacks upon the basic systems that sustained human civilization. The locusts that swarmed across farmlands and devoured crops with unprecedented efficiency were not natural disasters, but artificial plagues created through deliberate manipulation of genetic systems that had been perfected during decades of research into de-extinction technologies. The selective targeting of non-biosyn crops by these engineered insects revealed the sophistication of the genetic programming that had been incorporated into their reproductive and feeding behaviors, as each generation was born with instinctive knowledge of which plants should be consumed and which should be preserved. This level of behavioral modification exceeded anything that had been achieved in previous genetic engineering projects, demonstrating that Wu's expertise had continued to advance even after his apparent departure from active research. Dr. Ellie Sattler's investigation into the locust plague reflected both her scientific expertise in paleobotany and her accumulated experience with the consequences of genetic manipulation run amok. Her recognition that the insects' feeding patterns were too systematic to be natural led her to the unavoidable conclusion that humanity faced not a natural disaster, but an attack by artificially created organisms whose behavior had been designed to serve corporate interests, regardless of the cost to global food security. The reunion between Sattler and Dr. Alan Grant that was prompted by her investigation represented both a return to the partnership that had characterized their work during the original Jurassic Park incident, and an acknowledgement that the expertise they had gained through surviving encounters with resurrected dinosaurs was applicable to threats that extended far beyond the direct dangers posed by prehistoric predators. Their joint approach to Dr. Ian Malcolm, whose employment by Biosyn had placed him in a position to observe the corporation's activities from within, demonstrated the persistence of the professional relationships and personal loyalties that had been forged during their shared experiences with the consequences of genetic resurrection. Malcolm's willingness to facilitate their investigation, despite the personal and professional risks involved, reflected his understanding that some threats to humanity required responses that transcended individual self-interest. The Biosyn facility that served as the corporation's primary research and development center was designed to project an image of scientific legitimacy and environmental responsibility that concealed research programs whose actual objectives were as destructive as any that had been pursued by previous incarnations of corporate genetic engineering. The gleaming laboratories and state-of-the-art equipment that visitors observed masked experiments that pushed the boundaries of biological manipulation into territories that no ethical oversight committee would have approved. Lewis Dodgson's emergence as the ultimate architect of Biosyn's campaign of ecological warfare revealed that the corporate espionage and competitive dynamics that had characterized the early days of dinosaur cloning had evolved into systematic attacks upon the foundations of global civilization. His transformation from industrial spy to corporate executive had been accompanied by an expansion of ambition that encompassed not merely the acquisition of competitors' technologies, but the destruction of any economic systems that did not serve his interests. The underground facility where the most sensitive aspects of Biosyn's research were conducted provided the corporation with the secrecy necessary to pursue projects that violated both international law and basic scientific ethics, while its location within protected wilderness areas ensured that regulatory authorities would find it difficult to monitor or control activities that were officially classified as conservation research. Meanwhile, the story of Brooklyn's apparent death and secret survival had been unfolding in parallel to these larger events, as the young woman whose investigative journalism had uncovered evidence of corporate malfeasance found herself targeted by forces that possessed both the motivation and the capability to eliminate threats to their operations through whatever means proved necessary. Her survival of the attack that was intended to kill her was due more to chance and the intervention of allies than to any systematic protection that authorities had provided. The amputation of Brooklyn's arm during the attack that was meant to claim her life served as a permanent reminder of the personal costs that individuals paid for opposing corporate interests that possessed virtually unlimited resources and the willingness to use violence to protect their secrets. Her transformation from content creator to underground investigator reflected both her personal response to trauma and her recognition that conventional approaches to exposing corporate malfeasance were inadequate when dealing with organizations that operated beyond the effective reach of legal institutions. The decision to allow her family and friends to believe that she had died in the attack represented both a tactical choice that provided her with operational security and a personal sacrifice that separated her from the relationships that had previously defined her identity. Her adoption of false identities and clandestine activities transformed her from a teenager seeking attention and validation through social media into a young woman whose survival depended upon remaining invisible to those who sought to eliminate her. Brooklyn's infiltration of dinosaur liberation movements provided her with both cover for her investigative activities and access to networks of individuals who shared her concerns about corporate exploitation of resurrected species. Yet these organizations, despite their noble stated objectives, often proved to be as driven by ideology and personal grievances as by genuine concern for dinosaur welfare, making them unreliable allies in struggles that required careful coordination and strategic thinking. The Nublar Five's continued survival on Manticorp Island during this period represented both a testament to teenage resilience and adaptability and an ongoing reminder that corporate interests in genetic research extended far beyond the publicly acknowledged activities of companies like InGen and Biosyn. Their encounters with experimental control technologies and hybrid organisms revealed that the competitive dynamics driving corporate research had produced multiple programs whose existence was known only to those directly involved in their implementation. The revelation that Kenji's father was directly involved in Manticorp's exploitation of dinosaurs for military applications provided the young man with a devastating education in the extent to which corporate interests had penetrated every aspect of the genetic resurrection industry. Daniel Kahn's transformation from loving father to corporate executive, willing to sacrifice his own son's welfare for commercial advantage, demonstrated how completely the pursuit of profit had corrupted the relationships and values that should have guided human interactions with both each other and the creatures they had created. The control chip technology that Manticorp developed during this period represented another approach to the fundamental problem of managing creatures whose intelligence and capabilities exceeded human ability to predict or control their behavior through conventional means. Yet these technological solutions, like all previous attempts to impose human will upon resurrected species, were based upon assumptions about dinosaur psychology and social behavior that proved to be incorrect when tested under real-world conditions. The campers' resistance to the militarization of dinosaurs reflected both their emotional connections to individual creatures and their intuitive understanding that the weaponization of prehistoric predators would inevitably lead to consequences that exceeded any military advantages that such weapons might provide. Their efforts to protect creatures like Bumpy and the other dinosaurs they had befriended demonstrated that authentic relationships between species were indeed possible when they were built upon mutual respect rather than exploitation. The destruction of Manticorp's facilities and the liberation of their experimental subjects represented both a tactical victory for those who opposed the militarization of genetic engineering and a strategic defeat for corporate interests that had invested billions of dollars in research. Programs designed to transform living creatures into weapons systems. Yet the knowledge and technologies that had been developed during these programs were not destroyed along with the facilities that had housed them, ensuring that similar projects would eventually emerge under different corporate sponsorship. The Biosyn crisis that culminated in Lewis Dodgson's final schemes represented the ultimate expression of corporate thinking about genetic engineering as a tool for achieving dominance over both natural systems and human competitors. Dodgson's plan to use genetically modified locusts to destroy global food production, while positioning Biosyn as the sole source of agricultural products that could resist such attacks, revealed the extent to which competitive dynamics had evolved into systematic warfare against the foundations of human civilization. The convergence of multiple storylines at Biosyn's headquarters brought together characters whose lives had been shaped by decades of exposure to the consequences of genetic resurrection, creating a final confrontation that would determine whether corporate interests or human values would ultimately control the technologies that had made possible both wonders and horrors beyond previous imagination. Owen and Claire's infiltration of the Biosyn facility to rescue Maisie demonstrated that the bonds of family and affection could indeed motivate actions that transcended rational calculations of risk and probability, while their success in navigating security systems designed to contain far more dangerous intruders showed that experience with dinosaur encounters had provided them with skills that were applicable to challenges that extended beyond direct confrontations with prehistoric predators. The reunion with legacy characters from previous incidents provided opportunities for reflection upon how individual lives had been shaped by their encounters with forces that operated beyond human understanding or control, while their collective efforts to expose and defeat Biosyn's schemes demonstrated that cooperation between individuals who shared common values could indeed overcome corporate organizations that possessed superior resources but lacked genuine popular support. Dr. Wu's final transformation from corporate servant to active opponent of the systems he had helped to create represented both personal redemption and professional acknowledgement that the technologies he had developed had been perverted beyond anything he had originally intended. His decision to complete Charlotte Lockwood's research and develop a pathogen capable of destroying the locust plague reflected his recognition that scientific expertise carried with it moral obligations that transcended corporate business, loyalty, or personal advancement. The pathogen that Wu created using Maisie's unique genetic characteristics demonstrated that the same technologies that had been used to create biological weapons could also be employed to neutralize such threats. Yet the development of this cure required sacrifices and risks that highlighted the moral complexity of any response to crises created through genetic manipulation. The elimination of the locust swarm through biological rather than chemical means provided both practical resolution to the immediate crisis and symbolic demonstration that natural systems possessed capabilities for self-correction that could overcome even the most sophisticated artificial disruptions when properly understood and appropriately applied. Lewis Dodgson's death in the transport tunnels beneath Biosyn headquarters killed by the same Dilophosaurus species that had claimed Dennis Nedry decades earlier, provided poetic closure to a career that had been devoted to exploiting and corrupting the technologies of genetic resurrection for personal and corporate gain. His demise at the hands of creatures whose resurrection he had sought to control represented the ultimate futility of human attempts to dominate forces that operated according to principles that transcended any individual agenda or organizational objective. The final battle between the Giganotosaurus and Rexy that raged across Biocin's grounds represented more than a conflict between individual predators, but a symbolic confrontation between different approaches to genetic engineering and species management. The Giganotosaurus, enhanced through Biocin's modification programs, embodied the corporate philosophy of improving upon natural designs through technological intervention, while Rexy represented the authentic majesty of creatures that had achieved perfection through millions of years of evolutionary refinement. The assistance provided by the Therizinosaurus in defeating the Giganotosaurus demonstrated that cooperation between species could indeed overcome individual superiority in size or strength, while the herbivore's intervention on behalf of creatures with whom it shared no natural alliance showed that the social dynamics among resurrected dinosaurs were more complex and unpredictable than any research program had anticipated or could hope to control. The rescue of Dr. Dor Wu from the destruction of Biocin headquarters reflected both the personal loyalties that had developed among individuals who had shared extraordinary experiences and the recognition that expertise in genetic engineering would be necessary for addressing the ongoing challenges created by decades of uncontrolled experimentation with resurrection technologies. The testimony that the survivors provided to governmental and international authorities in the aftermath of the Biocin crisis represented the first comprehensive exposure of the full scope of corporate activities in genetic engineering, revealing research programs and experimental projects that had been conducted in secret for decades while their consequences accumulated in ways that threatened global stability. The rekindling of romantic relationships among the legacy characters provided moments of personal happiness that balanced the larger themes of loss and destruction that had characterized their shared experiences, while their commitment to continued cooperation in addressing ongoing challenges demonstrated that the bonds forged through confronting extraordinary dangers could indeed provide foundations for building better responses to future crises. The return of Owen, Claire, and Maisie to their secluded life in the Sierra Nevada mountains represented both a retreat from the larger conflicts that continued to rage around the world and an acknowledgement that some forms of peace and stability could only be achieved through withdrawal from systems that had proven themselves to be fundamentally incompatible with human values and natural harmony. Blue's reunion with her offspring Beta in the wilderness that had become their permanent home demonstrated that genuine freedom and family relationships could indeed flourish when they were protected from human interference and allowed to develop according to natural patterns rather than corporate objectives or scientific curiosity. The completion of Charlotte Lockwood's research using Maisie's genetic material to develop treatments for the locust plague represented both scientific triumph and personal vindication for work that had been dismissed and suppressed by corporate interests that viewed genetic engineering primarily as a tool for achieving commercial dominance rather than solving humanitarian challenges. The eradication of the locust swarm through biological intervention rather than chemical warfare demonstrated that natural systems possessed capabilities for addressing artificial threats when the appropriate scientific knowledge was applied with genuine concern for long-term consequences rather than immediate profit maximization. The establishment of dinosaur sanctuaries in various locations around the world represented governmental and international recognition that coexistence with resurrected species was inevitable, and that institutional frameworks would need to be developed to manage relationships between human civilization and creatures whose presence challenged every existing category of environmental and wildlife law. The encounter between Rexy and the doe and buck from Isla Sorna within the boundaries of the Biosyn Valley Sanctuary provided symbolic evidence that different populations of resurrected dinosaurs were beginning to reunite and establish social relationships that had been impossible during their confinement in separate facilities, while their peaceful interaction suggested that these creatures possessed the intelligence and emotional sophistication necessary to rebuild the complex social structures that had characterized their species during their original evolutionary history. The declaration of these protected areas as international dinosaur sanctuaries represented both a practical response to the impossibility of containing or controlling resurrected species and a philosophical acknowledgement that these creatures possessed rights and interests that deserved protection, regardless of the circumstances of their creation or the commercial interests that had brought them back to life. The new equilibrium that began to emerge as human institutions adapted to the reality of sharing the planet with species from entirely different geological eras was characterized by both unprecedented challenges and unexpected opportunities as communities around the world developed innovative approaches to coexistence that respected both human needs and dinosaur autonomy. The transformation of military and law enforcement agencies to address threats posed by creatures whose capabilities exceeded those of any conventional weapons or security systems required fundamental changes in training, equipment, and tactical doctrine that reflected growing governmental recognition that dinosaur-related emergencies would be permanent features of the security landscape rather than temporary disruptions to be managed through existing protocols. The emergence of new professional specializations devoted to human-dinosaur interactions, from veterinary medicine adapted for treating species that had been extinct for millions of years to behavioral psychology focused on understanding intelligence that had evolved according to entirely different environmental pressures, demonstrated that the integration of prehistoric species into modern society would require comprehensive transformation of educational and professional institutions. The establishment of international protocols for responding to dinosaur-related emergencies represented both practical necessity and philosophical evolution in thinking about humanity's responsibilities toward creatures whose existence they had made possible through technologies whose development they had supported through their participation in economic and political systems that prioritized innovation over caution. Brooklyn's eventual reunion with her surviving friends after years of separation and clandestine activities provided both personal closure for relationships that had been tested by extraordinary circumstances and demonstration that the bonds forged through shared survival of traumatic experiences could indeed endure the pressures that geographic separation and personal transformation inevitably created. The revelation of her survival to those who had mourned her apparent death required careful explanation of choices that had been made under conditions where any decision carried the potential for catastrophic consequences, while her return to normal relationships demanded adaptation to changes in both herself and her friends that had occurred during their years of separation and individual growth. The integration of knowledge and evidence that Brooklyn had gathered during her years of underground investigation provided authorities with comprehensive documentation of corporate activities that had been conducted in violation of international law and basic scientific ethics, enabling prosecutions and policy changes that would reshape the regulatory frameworks governing genetic engineering research and its commercial applications. the prosecution of corporate executives whose activities had endangered global food security and threatened the stability of ecosystems that supported billions of human lives, represented both justice for specific crimes, precedent-setting legal recognition that genetic engineering technologies created responsibilities that extended far beyond traditional categories of corporate liability and environmental protection. The compensation provided to victims of corporate genetic engineering programs, while inadequate to fully address the physical and psychological damage that had been inflicted upon individuals whose only crime had been to encounter creatures or organisms that should never have been created, represented institutional acknowledgement that the pursuit of scientific advancement and commercial profit could not justify the imposition of such costs upon innocent parties. The establishment of international oversight bodies with authority to monitor and regulate genetic engineering research reflected growing recognition that technologies capable of reshaping the foundations of life itself required governance, structures that transcended national boundaries and corporate interests, while the funding and staffing of such institutions demonstrated that humanity was beginning to take seriously its responsibilities as a species capable of creating forms of life that had never existed in nature. The development of emergency response protocols specifically designed for dinosaur-related incidents provided communities around the world with practical tools for managing encounters with creatures whose behavior and capabilities fell outside the parameters of conventional wildlife management, while training programs for first responders and medical personnel ensured that appropriate expertise would be available when such encounters inevitably occurred. The creation of educational curricula that included instruction about dinosaur behavior and safety procedures reflected societal recognition that coexistence with resurrected species would require fundamental changes in how children were prepared for life in a world where prehistoric predators shared ecosystems with modern communities, while public awareness campaigns ensured that adult populations received the information necessary to make informed decisions about personal and family safety. The establishment of research programs devoted to understanding the ecological impacts of dinosaur reintegration provided scientific institutions with the data necessary to predict and potentially mitigate the environmental consequences of sharing ecosystems with species that had been absent from the Earth for millions of years, while long-term monitoring systems track changes in plant and animal populations that might indicate problems requiring intervention. The development of technologies specifically designed for non-lethal dinosaur management provided wildlife officials and emergency responders with tools that could protect human safety without unnecessarily harming creatures whose welfare had become a matter of international concern, while research into dinosaur psychology and behavior patterns provided the knowledge base necessary to predict and prevent dangerous encounters through environmental management rather than reactive force. The transformation of tourism industries to accommodate visitors who sought encounters with living dinosaurs represented both economic opportunity and significant liability, as communities that had never dealt with dangerous wildlife found themselves hosting tourists whose desire for adventure often exceeded their understanding of the risks they were choosing to assume. The insurance and legal frameworks that evolved to address the unique challenges posed by dinosaur-related incidents reflected both practical necessity and philosophical innovation in thinking about liability and responsibility, situations where the very existence of the hazards involved was the result of human technological choices rather than natural phenomena beyond human control. Dr. Wu's final redemption through his development of the locust cure represented both personal acknowledgement of responsibility for the consequences of his earlier work and professional demonstration that genetic engineering technologies could indeed be used to solve problems rather than merely create them, provided that their application was guided by genuine concern for human welfare rather than corporate profit maximization. The destruction of the locust plague through biological intervention rather than chemical warfare provided both immediate relief from a crisis that had threatened global food security and long-term demonstration that natural systems possessed capabilities for self-correction that could be harnessed through appropriate scientific understanding and technological application. The establishment of memorial sites commemorating both human and dinosaur victims of the various incidents that had marked the history of genetic resurrection reflected societal recognition that the costs of these technological achievements had been borne not only by corporate investors and scientific researchers but by individuals and creatures whose only connection to the programs had been their misfortune to encounter their consequences. The ongoing research into the long-term effects of genetic modifications that had been introduced into dinosaur populations provided scientific institutions with the data necessary to understand how artificial genetic elements might affect reproductive success, behavioral development, and evolutionary adaptation in species that had been given new opportunities to establish themselves in modern ecosystems. The development of conservation strategies that balance protection of dinosaur populations with maintenance of ecosystem stability required careful coordination between specialists whose expertise had been developed through study of ancient species and those whose knowledge was based upon understanding of modern environmental systems, creating new forms of interdisciplinary cooperation that had never previously been necessary. The establishment of breeding programs designed to maintain genetic diversity within resurrected dinosaur populations reflected both scientific understanding of the challenges faced by species with limited founding populations and practical recognition that these creatures would require human assistance to avoid the genetic bottlenecks that had contributed to the extinction of their ancestors. The integration of dinosaur monitoring and tracking systems with existing wildlife management programs provided authorities with the capabilities necessary to maintain awareness of population movements and behavioral changes that might indicate developing problems requiring intervention, while communication networks ensured that information about potential threats could be shared rapidly among all agencies and organizations with responsibilities for public safety. The development of international agreements governing the trade in dinosaur genetic material and live specimens reflected growing recognition that the technologies of genetic resurrection had created new categories of valuable biological resources whose exploitation required careful regulation to prevent the kind of corporate warfare that had characterized the early years of the industry. In the deep places of memory, where the lessons of decades of struggle with the consequences of genetic resurrection waited to be learned by those who possessed the wisdom to seek them out, the foundations had been laid for whatever challenges the future might bring. The age of naive optimism about humanity's ability to control the forces they had unleashed was ending, replaced by more mature understanding of the ongoing responsibilities that came with the power to create life itself. 5 years beyond the great reckoning that had humbled Biosyn Corporation and revealed the true scope of humanity's folly in wielding genetic technologies without wisdom to guide their application, the world had settled into an uneasy equilibrium that bore little resemblance to the confident predictions that had characterized earlier decades of technological optimism. The Earth itself, warming under the relentless pressure of climatic changes that human activity had accelerated beyond natural rhythms, was reshaping the distribution of life in ways that no previous generation had witnessed or imagined possible. The dinosaurs that had been scattered across the globe through corporate greed and governmental incompetence found themselves driven by these climatic pressures toward regions that most closely resembled the environmental conditions of their original evolutionary history. Like ancient refugees seeking homelands that no longer existed in their remembered forms, these resurrected creatures migrated toward equatorial zones where temperatures and humidity levels approximated those that had sustained their ancestors during the Mesozoic era. This great migration of prehistoric species was not a planned relocation guided by human wildlife management, but a natural response to environmental pressures that operated according to principles that transcended any human authority, institutional control. The herds of herbivorous dinosaurs that moved across continents in search of suitable habitats created spectacles that dwarfed the great migrations of modern Africa, while the predators that followed them established new territories in regions that had never known such apex hunters. The world's governments, exhausted by the financial costs and administrative challenges of attempting to monitor and control creatures whose movements and behaviors consistently exceeded official predictions, had gradually abandoned any pretense of systematic management of dinosaur populations. The recognition that resurrected species could not be contained within artificial boundaries or controlled through conventional wildlife management techniques had led to a policy of benign neglect that was presented as enlightened acceptance of natural processes, but actually represented institutional surrender to forces that no human organization possessed the resources or expertise to manage effectively. This governmental abandonment of responsibility created opportunities for private interests to pursue agendas that had been constrained by official oversight during earlier periods, as corporations and individuals whose motivations ranged from scientific curiosity to commercial exploitation moved to fill the vacuum left by retreating public institutions. The absence of systematic monitoring and regulation meant that activities which had previously required careful concealment could now be conducted with relative openness, provided they were undertaken in regions where local authorities lacked either the capability or the will to interfere. Parker Genetics emerged during this period as one of the most ambitious private organizations seeking to exploit the opportunities created by governmental withdrawal from dinosaur-related activities. The pharmaceutical corporation's leadership recognized that creatures whose biology had been shaped by millions of years of evolutionary development in environments very different from those of the modern world might possess physiological characteristics that could provide solutions to medical challenges that had resisted all conventional therapeutic approaches. Martin Krebs's vision for Parker Genetics was built upon the recognition that dinosaur genetic material and biological systems represented an untapped reservoir of potential medical innovations that could revolutionize treatment of cold of Nate, conditions ranging from cardiovascular disease to genetic disorders that had plagued humanity throughout its history. The company's research programs were designed to extract maximum value from dinosaur populations through systematic biological sampling that would provide the raw materials necessary for developing new categories of pharmaceutical products. The expedition that Krebs organized to Isle St. Hubert represented both the fulfillment of his corporate vision and the continuation of patterns of exploitation that had characterized human interactions with resurrected species since their first appearance in modern ecosystems. The remote island where the largest surviving prehistoric creatures had established their territories offered both unprecedented opportunities for biological research and dangers that exceeded anything that conventional medical research had ever encountered. Zora Bennett, the ex-military operative recruited to lead the expedition's security operations, brought to the mission both the tactical expertise necessary for operating in environments where every encounter might prove lethal, and the moral ambiguity that characterized individuals whose careers had been built upon violence in service of causes that they did not necessarily understand or support. Her hope that success in this mission would provide the financial security necessary for retirement reflected both professional competence and personal recognition that her chosen career path was ultimately unsustainable. Dr. Henry Loomis, the paleontologist whose expertise would guide the expedition's scientific objectives, possessed theoretical knowledge of dinosaur behavior and physiology that had been accumulated through decades of studying fossil evidence. Yet his actual experience with living specimens was limited to controlled encounters in research facilities, rather than confrontations with creatures that were establishing their own territories according to instincts that had been refined through millions of years of evolutionary competition. Duncan, the expedition's technical specialist, represented the technological optimism that had characterized human approaches to dinosaur management since the earliest days of genetic resurrection. Yet his confidence in equipment and systems that had been designed for conventional wildlife research would prove inadequate when applied to creatures whose capabilities exceeded those of any modern species. The mosasaur that had established its territory in the waters surrounding Isle Saint Hubert represented both the ultimate success of marine genetic resurrection and the ongoing challenges posed by creatures whose size and capabilities made them virtually impossible to contain or control through any technological means that human engineering could devise. The massive predator's presence in the area created navigation hazards that threatened any vessels that approached the island, while its hunting behaviors established patterns of marine predation that had not existed in Earth's oceans for millions of years. The tracking technology that allowed Parker Genetics to monitor the mosasaur's movements provided the expedition with tactical advantages that would be necessary for conducting operations in waters where the creature hunted. Yet, this same surveillance also revealed the extent to which human monitoring systems had been deployed to observe and catalogue the behaviors of creatures whose privacy and autonomy were never considered as factors requiring protection or respect. The family whose recreational boating had brought them into contact with the mosasaur represented the countless innocent individuals who found themselves thrust into dangerous encounters with prehistoric predators simply through the misfortune of being in locations where such creatures had established territories that overlapped with traditional human activities. Their near-death experience provided a stark reminder that coexistence with dinosaurs would require fundamental changes in human behavior and expectations about safety in environments that had previously been considered benign. Ruben Delgado's desperate mayday call that reached Zora's expedition represented both a genuine humanitarian crisis, requiring immediate response, and an unwelcome complication that threatened to compromise the mission's primary objectives by exposing the team's presence in protected waters to authorities who might question their authorization to conduct research in restricted areas. Zora's decision to authorize a rescue operation despite the risks it posed to her mission reflected both professional competence in crisis management and personal character that valued human life above corporate objectives. Yet her choice also demonstrated how individual moral decisions could conflict with institutional priorities in situations where multiple ethical imperatives demanded incompatible responses. The discovery that the mosasaur was not hunting alone but was being assisted by Spinosaurus pack members revealed that marine and terrestrial predators had established cooperative relationships that had never existed during their species' original evolutionary history, suggesting that resurrected dinosaurs were adapting to modern conditions in ways that created entirely new ecological dynamics. Bobby Atwater's death during the rescue attempt demonstrated that good intentions and heroic efforts provided no guarantee of survival when they were applied in environments where creatures specifically evolved to kill had established hunting territories, while his sacrifice served as a reminder that every human life lost to dinosaur predation represented both personal tragedy and systemic failure of the institutions that had made such encounters possible. Martin Krebs's decision to prevent Teresa Delgado from using the boat's radio to call for additional rescue assistance revealed the extent to which commercial priorities had corrupted his moral judgment, as his concern for protecting the expedition's secrecy outweighed his responsibility for ensuring the safety of individuals whose only crime had been to encounter dangers that his company's activities had created. His deliberate abandonment of the Delgado family to the mercy of creatures whose presence in the area was the direct result of his expedition's activities represented both criminal negligence and moral bankruptcy, while his rationalization of these actions, as necessary for the greater good of his company's research mission, demonstrated how completely corporate thinking could overwhelm individual conscience when financial stakes were sufficiently high. The separation of the Delgado family during their struggle to escape the Spinosaurus pack created multiple individual survival stories that illustrated both the resilience of human beings when confronted with extraordinary challenges, the random nature of survival in environments where human intelligence and modern technology provided only marginal advantages over creatures whose capabilities had been perfected through millions of years of natural selection. Nina's death at the hands of a Spinosaurus that had approached undetected during what should have been a moment of relative safety demonstrated that vigilance and caution provided no absolute protection against predators whose hunting strategies had been refined through evolutionary processes that had produced capabilities exceeding those of any modern carnivore. The systematic elimination of expedition members during their attempts to complete their biological sampling mission revealed that scientific research conducted in environments where dangerous predators had established territories required security measures and tactical planning that exceeded anything that conventional academic or corporate research had ever required. While the deaths of trained professionals demonstrated that expertise and experience provided no guarantee of survival when applied to challenges that had never been encountered before. Leela's death during the attempt to collect genetic material from Quetzalcoatlus eggs provided graphic demonstration that aerial predators posed threats that were qualitatively different from those presented by terrestrial species. While the parent Quetzalcoatlus' response to the intrusion into its nesting territory showed that protective instincts among prehistoric species were as powerful as those found in any modern animal, the ethical debate between Zora and Dr. Loomis about the ultimate destination of the genetic samples they had collected represented a fundamental conflict between commercial objectives and humanitarian values that had characterized every stage of the genetic resurrection industry. While their discussion of open source versus proprietary approaches to pharmaceutical development reflected broader societal questions about who should benefit from technologies that were developed using biological resources that belonged to no human organization. Zora's eventual decision to release the genetic information as public domain research rather than proprietary corporate property represented both personal character development and professional recognition that some scientific achievements carried moral obligations that transcended individual or corporate financial interests, while her willingness to sacrifice millions of dollars in potential compensation demonstrated that experience with the consequences of genetic engineering had taught valuable lessons about the relationship between profit and responsibility. The destruction of the expedition's primary transportation during their final escape attempt forced the survivors to rely upon emergency backup systems that had been designed for use only under the most desperate circumstances. While their successful evacuation, despite the loss of most team members, demonstrated that careful contingency planning could indeed provide survival options. even when primary mission objectives had been compromised by unanticipated challenges. Martin Krebs's death at the hands of the tyrannosaur that had been pursuing the expedition throughout their time on the island provided both poetic justice for his abandonment of the Delgado family and practical demonstration that leadership positions provided no protection against predators, whose targeting was based upon opportunity and availability rather than human hierarchical structures or social distinctions. Duncan's successful distraction of the Tyrannosaurus through the use of illuminated flares demonstrated that human understanding of dinosaur sensory capabilities could indeed provide tactical advantages in survival situations, while his own survival, despite deliberate exposure to extreme danger, showed that courage and quick thinking could sometimes overcome seemingly impossible odds. The successful completion of the mission, despite the loss of most team members and equipment, represented both corporate achievement and human tragedy, as the genetic materials that would eventually save thousands of lives were obtained at costs that included the deaths of individuals whose contributions to the mission's success were measured not in biological samples collected, but in lives sacrificed to protect colleagues who might otherwise have shared their fate. Zora and Dr. Loomis's agreement to release their research findings without patent protection ensured that the medical breakthroughs made possible by their expedition would benefit humanity as a whole rather than serving merely as sources of corporate profit, while their decision demonstrated that individual choices could indeed influence how genetic technologies were applied for beneficial rather than exploitative purposes. The D-Rex that remained on Isle Saint. Hubert, after the expedition's departure, represented both the ongoing dangers posed by hybrid organisms that had been created through corporate research programs and the resilience of artificially created species that could survive and potentially thrive in environments where their creators had never intended them to live. The creature's attraction to artificial light sources provided evidence that genetic modifications could produce behavioral characteristics that had never existed in natural species, while its continued survival in isolation demonstrated that hybrid organisms might possess capabilities for independent existence that exceeded those of their natural ancestors. The return of the expedition's survivors to mainland civilization marked both the successful completion of a mission that had achieved its stated objectives and the beginning of a new phase in humanity's relationship with genetic technologies that had proven themselves capable of producing both unprecedented benefits and extraordinary dangers. The medical applications that were developed using genetic material collected during the expedition represented genuine advances in therapeutic capabilities that could indeed save human lives and alleviate suffering that had previously been considered inevitable, while the open-source distribution of this research ensured that such benefits would be available to those who needed them, rather than restricted to those who could afford to pay corporate profit margins. The establishment of Ile Saint Hubert as an officially protected sanctuary reflected both governmental recognition of the rights of resurrected species to exist in environments that supported their natural behaviors and practical acknowledgement that some locations had become too dangerous for human habitation or commercial exploitation. The planet's preparation to leave behind the Jurassic era and enter a new phase of evolutionary development was characterized by both hope for better relationships between humanity and the natural world, and recognition that the chimera technologies that had made genetic resurrection possible would continue to create challenges that would require unprecedented cooperation between institutions, organizations, and individuals whose interests had previously been considered incompatible. The future that stretched ahead promised both extraordinary opportunities for beneficial applications of genetic engineering and continuing threats from those who would seek to exploit these technologies for purposes that served narrow, interests rather than broader human welfare, while the lessons learned from decades of struggle with the consequences of corporate genetic research provided foundations for making better choices about how such powerful capabilities should be developed and applied. In the deep places of memory, where the echoes of ancient roars mingled with the sound of modern machinery, and the genetic codes of hybrid creatures waited to express themselves in forms that no previous age had ever imagined, the story of humanity's relationship with the forces of life and death continued to unfold, according to patterns that were both eternal and utterly unprecedented in their specific manifestations. And so we come at last to the end of our long journey through the chronicles of genetic resurrection, where we have walked together from the final moments of the Cretaceous world to the dawning age of coexistence between humanity and creatures that time had forgotten but science refused to let remain dead. All the tales have been told, all the experiments conducted, all the consequences faced by those who dared to play with forces that operated according to principles older than civilization itself. In the deep peace that follows great reckonings, when the laboratories have fallen silent and the corporate ambitions have been humbled by encounters with realities too powerful to be controlled, when the last visionary has acknowledged the limits of human understanding, and the final predator has claimed its ancient territory, there remains only the echo of footsteps that belonged to ages when giants walked the earth in majesty, unmarred by human interference. The stories we have shared speak of cycles that repeat themselves with the patience of geological time, patterns of ambition and consequence that will continue as long as human curiosity reaches toward mysteries that lie beyond the boundaries of wisdom. Rest now, fellow survivor, in the knowledge that all chronicles worth preserving have been recorded, that all warnings worth heeding have been spoken. Let sleep come as it came to the seven fathers in their chambers of stone, carrying with it dreams that connect us to the endless dance between creation and destruction, between the music of life and the silence that waits beyond all songs.